As a courtesy to our speakers and fellow attendees, we ask that you please silence all devices. Please welcome to the stage Jean DeWitt-Grosser, CBO at Stripe, and Lindsay Scrace, COO and former CRO at Checker.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here with you all. It's SaaStr. I love SaaStr. Also so great to be here with Eugene. We're going to kick it off. We have a lot to talk about. Before that, we're going to dive into introductions. And instead of introducing ourselves, Jean and I are going to introduce each other because we go way back. I've known Jean for almost 15 years. I first met Jean when I was evaluating a role at Google. It was in the same organization as Jean. And so I got connected to her through my network. We set up time for a video call, and we had the call, and she was, exceptionally helpful. She's so smart. She gives really great advice. And then I realized that she was doing the call from Sydney, Australia, where she was managing the APAC team. And this is just quintessential Jean, because she works her butt off. She was doing it at probably in the middle of the night sometime, and she just shows up. She gives great advice, and she's always helpful. So a little bit about Jean. She started working on Gmail at Google right after Gmail launched in operations. And then in 2010, Jean moved to Google Enterprise, now known as Google Cloud, to help build out their SMB sales team for APAC as well as the Americas, and ran that. Then from there, she went to Dialpad, which is a SaaS communications platform company. And then from Dialpad, she went to Stripe in 2016, where she was a very early Stripe. She built out the sales team in the Americas. And just to put that into perspective, there were, 10 salespeople when she joined. She scaled it to hundreds and hundreds of sellers, built out many functions from scratch, including SDRs, customer success, solutions engineering, architects, engineering, implementation engineering, product sales, the list goes on. And now Jean is the Chief Business Officer at Stripe, where she runs all technology and financial partnerships, as well as corporate strategy. So Jean, excited to be here with you today.
Awesome. Thank you, Lindsay. My first memory of Lindsay, she joined after that fortuitous call, and I had been on a leadership team where I was the only woman for a number of years. And so Lindsay was the first or second female to join that group. And one of the things I remember immediately about her is how analytical she was. She's a hardcore operator, and she also really cared deeply about people. So she and I hit it off and basically have tracked each other's careers since then. Prior to Google, Lindsay started at AP Muller-Maersk, where she was in a GM track doing all sorts of operating roles around the world. She joined the Google Workplace team, where we were part of the leadership team, and built out a number of functions there. She ended up running the entirety of Google Cloud for SMB, mid-market, and startups, so across Workplace, Google Cloud, GCP, et cetera. And then she transitioned over to Checker 2 years ago as its CRO, and within short order expanded that to become its COO, and she runs the bulk of the company's operations these days. So similarly excited to be up here with you.
Yeah, love it. All right, so we're going to kick it off. A lot of startups start focusing and targeting other tech companies. So early adopters of technology, that's kind of the early wedge in how they start growing the company. But then there becomes a moment and like a second chapter of sorts where one needs to pivot into an additional new segment, often upmarket, often enterprise. It's kind of like the holy grail of like moving upmarket to enterprise to unlock a lot of TAM, a lot of value up there. Often people get this timing wrong, more often than not probably, and it's really important to understand the signals. So let's talk about that. Like, what have you seen in terms of signals of when to move upmarket, when to start tackling enterprise?
Yeah. So first of all, I would say it's not one of those things where you wake up one morning and are like, today I think I'll do enterprise. Maybe particularly because a board member suggested you might want a bigger TAM or higher growth rate. That would not be the signal in my view. I think two good signals are, one, your existing customer base is pulling you up market. So often we're starting, many folks in this room, selling into a startup. Those startups mature and start to have more sophisticated requirements. The other one is that you start to get early wins in enterprise that are meaningful. So we actually had a term at Stripe on that in particular, which was if you go into enterprise, you wanted to get the whale, not the fin. A fin was sort of like our little derogatory term to me, like you didn't really get a legit workload at that company. So I think a lot of times people will get a side project, an experimental business line, the innovation lab, and think you are in enterprise, and you really aren't. So for Stripe in that first camp, this was back in 2017 that we started our foray into enterprise. And it was the Shopifys, the Lyfts, Squarespaces were all growing up, bringing in adult CFOs, contemplating IPOs, and so they had a bunch of demands. And then on the other side, we won Amazon's, Amazon.com in Singapore. So sure, not the US business, but if you go down in Singapore, I think Bezos is going to notice. And so those were kind of our signals. And what we did from there was look at all of the requests we were getting from these startups that were moving up market, and try to understand the degree to which we thought those were generalizable to larger businesses in general. And then similarly went really deep on the Amazon-like wins. Why did we actually win? Why did they buy us? And like truly wrote that down. The other thing that we did that I think is key is you have to understand what is your ideal customer profile today. Where do you just win constantly and why? And then with those three things, we were basically able to do sort of like human heuristic lookalike modeling. Not a fancy data science model, but just kind of like, okay, given those qualities, what's another sort of like set of the market that's bigger than those, but looks almost exactly like where we've already won. And as a result, we're able to have a really focused enterprise strategy rather than sort of scattershot of like, let's contact everyone and see who bites, and creating a lot of roadmap schizophrenia for your eng team.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I love that point on the signal of your early customers pulling you up and kind of seeing as they grow, you need to be able to get there with them. At Checker, our first customer was DoorDash. Over 10 years ago, a smaller company than it is now at like a $10 billion run rate. And as they grow, as Lyft grew, we had the entire gig economy as these players grew. We had to develop enterprise strategies for them. But then also, there's a somewhat separate playbook for traditional enterprises. And so really thinking about those two is both enterprise, but different tactics often or different product strategies.
So we talked a little bit about signals, but just because you're getting signals doesn't mean you're actually going to do it well. There's definitely a graveyard of companies that have tried to move up market. So what are some of the things that have made Checkr more successful in your push into enterprise?
Yeah, well, so I would say the very first thing is that you can't dip your toe in and be like, oh, we're going to pilot enterprise. You have to really go all in and have it be a meaningful part of your strategy as a company. And Checkr, years ago, did this wrong. So there were all the signals Jean was mentioning. Our customers were pulling us up, a lot of demand and interest, even like closing some early, kind of more innovative enterprise logos. And then we built, or the team at the time, before I was there, built a go-to-market sales engine for enterprise. Got a lot of traction, talking to customers, demand, pipeline. But then as they were solutioning the deals, realized we have some really major gaps in what we need to deliver. And the product roadmap was not set up. There was not product capacity, engineering capacity to figure out how to build and be agile to be able to deliver what was needed. And so at that time, we said, we got to pause on this. We have like a ton of other priorities, doing too many things. Let's retrench, go outside of enterprise, and very successful, great momentum. And then now we have recommitted. And as a leadership team, our C-suite, we sat down and said, we're going to lock arms. We're going after this in a meaningful way. And it's not just go to market. It is our product team, our engineering team. We're going to have dedicated people, dedicated capacity on the roadmap. And it's been incredibly successful in that way. I think the second thing I would say is, to your point earlier, you really have to focus. You can't spray and pray. You've got to figure out what are your ICPs or verticals where you win. And this can be gleaned through like the heuristic model, as Jean mentioned. You can look at down market, like the segment right below. Look at your win rate by industry. Look at your funnel conversion math by industry and see, hey, where are you winning and why are you winning? Where is there that strong product market fit? So for Checkr, it was staffing, retail, manufacturing, hospitality, high volume hiring industries where we could add a ton of value and make very, very strong differentiation and product market fit. And then within those verticals, you got to be all over it. So attending industry conferences, not just tech conferences, like retail, manufacturing, go where they go. And you may have to manufacture some early logo wins, whether it's doing unnatural acts on pricing that aren't necessarily sustainable over the long haul. And make sure your sales teams are not trading away logo rights. You have to get those logos to be able to have them as referenceable customers. And often it takes one big lighthouse logo in an industry, and then the dominoes start to fall, and you start to be able to go further. So that's a focus. And then the third thing is, I'd say, customer obsession, but with discernment. And so by that, I mean, often in tech, and we saw this at Google, there's this perception that our technology is just amazing. It's going to transform. Everyone should stop the way they're doing things and do things this way. So I don't know if you remember this. It took an act of Congress to get product to build page numbers into the G Suite portfolio. For years, no, we don't need page numbers. And we just think people don't use those anymore. But I think that there was an evolution in learning. No, we have to really learn and understand what are core needs. And the discernment part I mentioned is, as we're going into enterprise and seeing success at Checkr, every deal we list what are product blockers that are product gaps that are deal blockers, and what are product gaps that are simply nice to haves for the customers but not blockers. And if you can't get those two columns right, it's going to be really hard, because either you're going to underdevelop and invest, or you're going to build every single thing for one customer and completely bend your product roadmap. So that nuance is really important.
I wanted to reinforce the first point you made, because it was key for us at Stripe and something I see a lot of companies get wrong, which is the decision to move up market is not a go-to-market decision. It's a company decision. So for us at Stripe, when we started having those early wins and saying, OK, I think it's time, I literally sat down with Patrick, our co-founder, and was like, all right, are we doing this? And we established a couple things. One was a lighthouse account list. It was 30 names that we all agreed to. These ones are going to be worth winning and worth doing what it takes to win, so that you didn't have a scenario where sales went out and talked to a company and got them interested, but we actually weren't going to be willing to do the work. The second was we established a lighthouse engineering team. It was small, talking like 5 people. But 5 people who had been at the company for a long time, knew how to get things done, and were really well respected. And I brought them into every single sales call that we had so that they could develop empathy for enterprise needs and it not just be, oh, sales isn't good at objection handling. So I really think that sort of like this is a top-down company push has to be true in order to be able to cross the chasm into the into that segment at the company. The second I would reinforce is you're going to need different functions in go-to-market. And so for us, when Stripe was selling into developers, believe it or not, when I showed up to run the sales team, we didn't have a single sales engineer or solution architect, and I was shocked. I was like, how is this possible? We sell an API, I need technical resources. And then you figure out, well, Stripe had world-class documentation. Our prospects were our own solution engineers. We didn't need it. But as we moved into enterprise, you're ripping something out typically. And so there's a lot more risk associated with that. So we had to really layer in solution architects from a pre-sale perspective, and then your integration engineers to actually do that migration and get things live. But I also want to reinforce there, you need to know what are the roles you need. I feel like people move into enterprise and you immediately say, okay, I need a 1-to-1 SDR to AE ratio. I need a CSM. I need a TAM. I need a, it's like 10 TLA of roles, right? So thinking through which ones are right for you. And then lastly is you got to have an aligned business plan for this. It's not going to print money overnight. So we put together a board level plan with an operating model associated with it. We were clear about the payback period. We were clear about leading indicators of how we would know that we were tracking towards that outcome and could course correct accordingly. But another one that people really struggle with is like, this is a multi-year endeavor before you actually create an enterprise flywheel.
Yeah, and like that lead time, you got to manage expectations. I love what you said on the alignment and having engineers like on. We have a certain engineers and product folks who are on every single call, joint at the hip, and then the solutioning and solutions engineering, solutions architects. That is so critical before you close and sign the deal to ensure it's solutioned appropriately. And it's so easy to sign on the line and then down the line, no one's happy if that's not working well. So I completely echo that. So Jean, you talked about new roles, adjusting the go-to-market. Let's talk about pricing and packaging and how, we've talked about this, how that evolves as you go upmarket into enterprise. What are you seeing at Stripe? What are you doing differently?
Yeah, this was a big one for us. So like Stripe was always known for 2.9 and 30, right? Super simple pricing for SMBs. Turns out enterprises don't love that. A lot of us, I think, start with simple pricing models, consumption-based, pay-as-you-go. A lot of founders sort of love the purity of that, of I'm going to earn your business every single day. Enterprises like predictability. They also like a lot more modularity. They like more a la carte. And so we really had to do a lot to unbundle our pricing for enterprise, let them buy more subcomponents, and in some cases, price fundamentally differently. That being said, we also then had to think through enterprises want to buy solutions, and so how do you then repackage some of those things into new bundles or solutions that you can sell from an enterprise perspective? So that's been a major journey for us as well.
Yeah. I think one thing we've seen as well of when we've moved from, we saw this in Google as well, like moving from very simple pricing, bundled packages to there's a hesitance to unbundle. But you really have to think about how is this buyer buying today and map out and be able to at least translate your pricing into how they're doing it. And as you're thinking about commits up market with enterprises, it's really critical as well to make sure your sales teams are incented and comped according to that customer being successful. There can be a nuance there as well. So
unfortunately, gone are the days of growth at all costs.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how to actually do this efficiently.
Yeah.
What are some of the things you guys are focused on?
Yeah. I mean, the free money days, as you all know, are somewhat behind us. And you see this playing out, just as context. If you look at SaaS companies, the amount that they're spending on sales and marketing as a percentage of revenue, this was as high as over 50, 55% in 2019, kind of the peak of spend, free money, investment, growth at all costs. That's down to 30% in 2024, just because it's not sustainable and investors won't tolerate that level of lack of return. Also, if you think about payback period, if you look at top quartile SaaS companies versus bottom quartile, top quartile have 3x shorter payback period than the bottom quartile and 7x higher valuation. So this is really important now. And some of the things we're thinking about, or like how I think about managing this, first of all, is really getting crisp and clear on what are the metrics you're going to be looking at and getting alignment across the entire company, CEO, CFO, CRO, sales organization on those. So for us, it's payback period, gross margin adjusted payback period, which takes into account all the costs. So like, the cost of acquiring a customer, when are you getting that back net of all costs to deliver the product? And then second is LTV CAC. That can be inflated because you can kind of blow up your LTV calculations, very sensitive on assumptions. So the payback period for us is the key. And then we've gone in and looked at that. What are our expectations per channel, per segment? And to Jean's point earlier, for enterprise, that's going to be longer. And really getting alignment up front on what are the early signs of success you need to see and how do you build that over time. You need to be watching it closely. And then what we've done is break down for every segment, for every channel, giving visibility to my go-to-market teams. So sales, marketing, solutions engineering, customer success, operations. We break down for, let's say, like SMB channel partners or mid-market sales. What is the cost breakdown? How much of that is SE? How much of that is sales, CSM? And so they're feeling the tension. And before asking for another headcount or asking for another overlay resource, they're managing it themselves and acting like an owner. And we've gotten really creative to say, hey, maybe we can scale more. Instead of this ratio, we can expand the ratios to be more efficient and more scalable. And then holding people accountable. We look at this in every single revenue call I do, every forecast call. We're seeing the metrics and we're managing to them, which is critical to be able to allocate resources and make decisions.
Also a big fan of math. So I think the number one thing to get right is an operating model. So often you start with your top down, we'd like 10 million in ARR, from the sales team or from this segment or whatever. Not enough folks are building very granular bottom up versions of what actually needs to be true to hit that. It's just funnel math. We all know it. How many leads do you need? What's the conversion rate going to be? What's the average opportunity size? What's your win rate? How long does it take to win? How long does it take to deploy? How long does revenue take to ramp, right? Like if you're in a consumption business, it's actually a long funnel. But you've got to build that, and you've got to Lindsay's point, build it per segment. The key to this actually is it gives you a diagnostic, either when things are going well or poorly. So particularly as you move up market, you're going to have to make some assumptions. When we moved into enterprise, we were able to look at that segment below enterprise, what was our historical performance, and then we also looked at external market data, like on average, what do you see in enterprise? And for year one, we just had to make some reasonable assumptions. But then when we were deviating, and we definitely did, we knew exactly where. In Stripe's case, actually, it turned out that we were doing a lot more deals, but they were smaller and higher velocity in enterprise in year one. And so if you don't do that, then you don't know where to correct and where to potentially double down if things are going well. So that's my number one thing is like massive spreadsheet, well understood, again, across CRO, CFO, CEO, and something that you're reviewing on a very regular basis.
Exactly, like tracking that. The other piece on efficient growth that I think is important to underscore as well is you want your teams, and you want the math to be looking at both costs and conversion throughout the funnel, and then also maximizing the ACV of every deal. And so, at Google, we were religious about looking at average revenue per user, ARPU, for every single customer we signed up for G Suite. Or GCP, how are we layering on add-ons over time? Because that also can help. If you're seeing, hey, the LTV CAC or the payback is not working, it could be you got to get your costs, really got to tighten your belt. Or it could be, hey, let's think about what are we layering on in the life cycle of the customer, either at point of sale or through upsell down the line. And so we've been focused on that with not only, Checker does initial hiring screens and checks, but also post-hire screening. We also have a product called Checker Trust we launched that screens all sides of a marketplace. So if you're doing home sharing, screening not only the home to make sure it's safe, but also those coming into the home. And that kind of layering on is really important as you think about your model, your operating model, and then how to scale.
Yeah, the same has been really true for Stripe. So our enterprise customers, on average, buy at least 2 products for Stripe. So key for us to get efficiency right has actually been the growth of our revenue and financial automation product. So Stripe Billing, Stripe Tax, RevRec, et cetera. Those layer in really well and drive up ACVs, as Lindsay's mentioned. Well, Lindsay, we're about over, and I think you and I are 2 very action-oriented people, so I thought we might leave the audience with 2 things that you can leave here and maybe do differently. So for you, what would be that one?
It's really understanding the unit economics and the math of your sales team, making sure that you are not underinvesting or overinvesting, and that you're getting that equation right, and that you're tracking it, benchmarking it, and holding the team accountable to act as owners to drive results.
And as another sort of modern CRO, I am going to double down on math and reinforce the operating model. A lot of you are probably in planning periods right now. If you do not have a 100-line item bottoms-up spreadsheet supporting your top-down revenue model, I think you will be less effective in 2025 than you would be otherwise. So strongly encourage that one.
100%. Right.
Well, thank you, everyone, for coming. Great to see standing room only, and have a lovely day at SaaStr.
Thank you.
As a courtesy to our speakers and fellow attendees, we ask that you please silence all devices. Please welcome to the stage Yasser Motiwala, Head of Americas at DeepL.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Good morning, everyone. My name is Yasser Motiwala. Thank you all so much for joining me today. The gist of my talk today is talking through learnings that I've had scaling new geographies within hypergrowth companies over the last decade or so. So just for a little bit of context, I started my journey in SaaS sales a little over a decade ago by joining Twilio early on in the company's journey. So I was around employee 200 at Twilio, was fortunate enough to see that company grow in the Americas before moving to London and helping to start that region out and grow that region over a 5-year period to hundreds of people and hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. Over the last year, I've joined a company called DeepL, and I'll get to what DeepL is in a second. I joined as the first person in the US, and over the last year have really been focused on scaling the geography, both in terms of people and revenue. I can't see which slides we're on. There we go. OK, so if most of you are like me, I had no clue what the hell DeepL was about a year ago, so I'm just going to do a quick brief on that. DeepL is a company that was founded back in 2017. We are Germany headquartered. The company really sells a language AI platform. So we have a translation tool that can be used either as a SaaS product or as an API that plugs into your systems. The tool is also used by hundreds of millions of people around the world and over 100,000 businesses. Fun fact is that we're the 77th most visited website in the world, in front of Target.com. So if you've ever used Target or shopped at Target, you should be using DeepL. Now, I gave you the context for DeepL because I joined, as I mentioned, as the first person on the ground. And the last year has really been focused on a few things. One is building out the infrastructure of the region, so payroll, benefits, and all that stuff. Getting an office space and building our US headquarters. So we've built an office in Austin, Texas, which is where we've chosen to hire the majority of our people. And then thirdly is just hiring as many people as humanly possible in the last year or so. So these are lessons that I've learned through my time at Twilio and at DeepL. full disclosure, this is not a sales-specific talk. I'm not going to teach you how to 3x your pipeline. I'm not going to teach you how to grow your ASP. This is really intended for the company to learn how to successfully launch a new geography and things that I've learned along the way. This is not a playbook by any means. Things that I may say may not resonate with you. These are just things that I've learned over the years that I've adopted personally. So I have 8 things in total. Number 1 is that the new geography must be a company-wide priority. I think this is something that's much easier said than done and oftentimes goes overlooked once you've actually launched the geography. So as you can see here, this is a picture of our CEO, Jarek. He's a Polish man living in Germany, and he's wearing a bolo tie. Normally, Germans don't wear bolo ties. So the context on this is that during our first SKO earlier this year, I had everyone in the US wear a bolo tie just to signify unity and show the rest of the company that we've grown and we're here to stay. And I've also asked all of our executives to wear that bolo tie on stage to show their support for the region. So there's 3 key buckets that I look at when I think of the company having the new geography as a priority. The first starts with executives. So the executives need to be bought in. They need to be verbal about their support for the region. They need to mention it in all hands. They need to invest their resources in the region. And most importantly, they need to invest their time. So I've been lucky enough to have a CEO who's willing to fly over to the US whenever I want from Cologne, Germany, which is not a direct flight. And he's been to the US at least 10 times in the last year. I've also mandated or worked with all of my executives across the board to come over to the US at least 1 time a year, if not twice. So in the last year or so, I've had execs visit about 20 times. And that's really important to grow the morale of the region and show the people in the new geography that the executives care. Secondly, is that this needs to be a KPI on every single supporting functions list from the get-go. Otherwise, when you start this geography, it's going to be a low-performing geography. It's not going to be as productive, and it's going to fall on the bottom of the totem pole amongst everyone else's priority list. So what we've done at DeepL is across finance, legal, accounting, recruiting, HR, et cetera, this is a core KPI for every single team. And we have a weekly meeting on Mondays where we review everyone's progress against those KPIs. And last but not least, it has to be a priority for hiring managers and subject matter experts. If you hire someone in a new geography, you have to go visit them. It's underestimated how painful it is joining a new geography as a starting person, and you need to show your support and go there to feel your team's pains and your customers' pains. What we've done at Twilio is we sent subject matter experts to be part of the landing team in the new geography for at least a couple of years. That's what I did. My wife actually did that for Twilio in Ireland. And at DeepL, we've flown people over for weeks at a time to help bring over the knowledge and bring over the culture from the headquarters. So it needs to be a company-wide priority through and through. Number 2 is that you need to set expectations up front. And what I mean by this is both internally and externally with candidates. So when you look at internally, you need to have the conversation of, is this going to be a 2-person test that we're going to make, or is this going to be a full-on investment? My first week on the job, I sat down with our CFO and I asked him, are we planning on hiring a couple of AEs, or what is this going to look like in 18 months? And we decided we're going to build a big office. We got an 80-person office to start with, and it's a full investment for us. The other thing is I would think about your geography in terms of horizon 1, 2, or 3. This is a concept you can Google. I'm not going to go too deep into this. But basically, horizon 1 geos are your bread and butter. They're your flywheels that are already going. Horizon 3 regions are your test cases, right? It could be a region or it could be a product. But this is something where you have yet to confirm the hypothesis, and it's an investment and a test that you're making. Usually when you have something in Horizon 3 that's showing promise, it moves into a Horizon 2 bucket where you're starting to pump more fuel onto the fire and you're growing that region or that product. The US for DeepL is kind of in between the Horizon 3 and Horizon 2. We've already had a lot of traction before I got there, and so we kind of bucket this in the Horizon 2 geo, and we're investing in it appropriately. The other thing is you need to set expectations up front with your executives and with the teams across the board. So I was fortunate enough to be working for a boss who has done this before. My first 5 months of the company, I did not have a quota. That's shocking for a lot of people to hear, but it does take time to build the infrastructure, to figure out who you want to hire people, to build the office, and do all of that. So I would give your people some time to actually build the region because it does take time up front. Secondly is you have to set the expectations externally. When I interview candidates, which is pretty much daily, I'm very upfront with them. What we're doing is extremely hard. We do not have local legal resources. We don't have a lot of resources that other functions have. I don't have historical data on how reps are performing. I don't know the ASP from a year ago. So you want to find the people who are okay with ambiguity, who are there for the ride to build, who do not need predictability. So I would just be upfront with the expectations externally. The last thing you want to do is hire someone only for them to come in and realize that you're not as mature as they thought you were. Number 3 is you need to hire methodically. I think this is probably the most important thing of anything that I talk about. You need to hire the right people. So for me, I look at it in the who, what, when, where, how, and why categories. The first thing is sit down and figure out who you want to hire. My first week, and I sat down, I wrote down the qualities of a candidate that I want. I'm not going to read through all these, but I sent this to my recruiter on day 1, and I said, this is what we're going for. The other thing that I added on here that I did not add initially is that for a new geo where things are very tough and you're going through hypergrowth, there will be a lot of ups and a lot of downs, and you want to make sure you do not hire company hoppers. A lot of people, if you're a hiring manager, you'll see that people jump around 1 year, a year and a half, 2 years. And if you dig into why, oftentimes it's because quotas went up a little bit, or this resource didn't happen, or I didn't get this promotion that I wanted. You don't want those people. You want the people who are in for the ride, who are going to weather the storm with you, because it's really tough being in a new region in a scaling company. Second of all is you want to think about what skills you want to prioritize. For me, the main thing that I wanted to prioritize is someone's ability to do discovery. And I would build that into your hiring process. So the last stage in our interview process, we give this prompt to the candidates, and we have them show us their ability to do discovery. So whether it's discovery or pipe gen or whatever it is, I would highly suggest put it into the interview process. The third thing is figuring out the quota capacity that you want. This will come naturally in a capacity model that you build, but it's also extremely important to figure out which supporting functions you want to hire. This is just a random list that I put together creating this presentation, but I'm sure there's more. I would just make sure you don't run into a situation where you've hired a ton of AEs, you've broken the apparatus or the supporting functions, and then you start thinking about hiring them, because you're not going to have someone in seat for another 6 months, and it's really going to deter the morale within the org. The next point is where. So we were very intentional about building a hub in Austin. We have a hybrid work policy where people come in 3 days a week. I know this is a contentious topic in this day and age. Some people prefer remote. We preferred hybrid. The reason we chose to do this is because as a new region, it's extremely important to make sure that you're bringing over knowledge from the headquarters as soon as possible and ramping people up as quickly as possible. Because this is an investment that the company needs to see an ROI on, and you want to speed it up as much as possible. And also, it's hard to build a culture when everyone's in a different state or a different city. So this was really intentional on our part. The next thing is how. Internal recruiter, external recruiter, doesn't matter. Figure out what you want to do. I think the other thing that a lot of people don't do as the VP of sales is it's also your job to go recruit people. If you're convincing someone to join a small region within a growing company, oftentimes candidates want to hear from the hiring manager. So I just use LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You can filter through people. This has been a great source for us to actually find people. And then the last thing is why. A big pet peeve of mine as a sales leader is we tell our sales folks to sell value and sell the why, and then you looked on LinkedIn and everyone's post is, I have a new job opening, come join. And you don't say why. So if you're a VP of sales or any leader, you have to go hunt and you have to explain the why. This is a snapshot of something I sent to a candidate. It's cut off. My PR team cut off the rest of it. But this person ended up joining. So go outbound and explain the why. And I'm talking fast because I have a lot of content and I have 13 minutes left. So number 4, plant the right culture seeds. When you're starting a new region, culture is extremely important to get right. If you build a good culture to start, it will grow. And if you build a shitty culture to start, that will grow as well. So the key topic on this slide is that culture is a blank canvas. And I think of it as planting seeds. everything you do as a leader, everything your team does day in and day out will grow exponentially. So the things that I would think about is, what is your leadership style? Are you creating an environment where you're transparent? Are you creating an environment where you're pitting people against each other or celebrating the wins? Your team will look to you for direction, and they will mimic your behaviors. So just make sure that you think of culture as planting different seeds, and make sure that you choose the right things. A big thing that I focus on early on, I think it's the last bullet in there, is celebrating the wins. I made sure to celebrate even the smallest of wins that we got initially, because as a new region, you're not closing the $100,000 deals, you're not closing the $1 million deals, and you need to celebrate what's in front of you. So we closed our first deal, it was worth like $3,000, but I celebrated it, and I sent a Slack out to the entire company. And I said, hey, the US closed our first deal. I did that so much, maybe a little annoyingly, to the point now where my team does it without me even involved. So they're celebrating each other. AEs are celebrating when they see an SDR bang out 20 calls in a day or 30 calls in a day, whatever it is, and it's built into the culture. So you as a leader are dictating this. I would highly suggest focusing on it. The last bullet on there is one team. Oftentimes when you start a new geography, you're putting in sales capacity, and you oftentimes see that the sales team will build a one-team mantra, and the other supporting functions get left out, right? The customer success folks won't have a manager there. The support folks may not have a manager there. So I would highly suggest take off your sales cap and put on your GM cap, and make sure that you're including the other people and representing yourselves as one region and not just one team as a sales team. Number 5 is I would build a network enablement. So I've been in scenarios where there has not been an enablement plan in place. I've been in scenarios where there have been. Regardless, the goal when you're building a new region is to bring over the knowledge and the legacy knowledge from the headquarters over to the new region, so that you can build a base within that region and have those people teach the next group of people that start. So I call this network enablement. What I did when I first joined is I went to our headquarters in Cologne. I sat down with the top 5 to 10 reps, and I asked them, if you were a new AE joining today, what are the top 10 things that you would want to learn? I got that list. It ended up being about 20 things. And then I asked them, would you be willing to teach my reps when they join? I don't want to rely on the enablement team. I don't want to rely on myself. So I would crowdsource the knowledge that you want to teach. I would outsource that knowledge teaching as well. And a big thing that I focused on was getting a buddy system in place. So I found those top 5 AEs, and I buddied them with the new AEs that I hired in region, to make sure that they have a connection point to the headquarters and they have a safe spot to go to when they have questions. The other thing is, when you're joining a new sales team, I'm sure most of you use Slack, and there's probably a sales channel. It's very scary to post a new question in there when you're a new person, because other people may not be posting in there, and you don't want to ask a question and seem stupid in front of 200 people. So one thing I did was create a new Slack channel called New AE Questions, and I sent a note out to the entire DeepL sales channel, and I asked them, hey, I have a handful of people joining in a month or so. They're not going to know anything to start with, and frankly, I don't either. If you want, can you please join this Slack channel and opt in to be a support network for people to post their questions? We have about 100 people in this channel, and people are posting questions every day. So you're outsourcing that knowledge transfer from HQ over to the new region. And then the next thing is test the job. So similar to what we did in the interview process, instead of just doing a couple of disco calls or product sessions when someone joins, I have them go through the entire sales process. So that's a discovery call, that's a demo, and it's everything in between. It's the common questions that customers will ask you about your security practices, or I make the AEs actually send this mock customer an MSA. So I would not stop at just the basics of what your team needs to do. I would think through the entire sales process, and again, outsource the work on this. Okay, number 6, prioritize existing customers. So the majority of the US customers were managed out of EMEA when my team joined. And we got the book of business in February. My reps had been in seat for about a couple of months, and they looked to me for guidance. What should we do? How do we generate net new ARR? And my first comment to them was, go talk to your existing customers. Talk to your top 10, talk to your top 20. And they were all surprised by that. Their comments were, I'm not a CSM. Why do I care about existing revenue? Or I have a net new ARR target. I want to hit that. And my message to them was there's so many benefits to actually prioritizing your existing customers. Now, this is assuming you have existing customers in the region, but if you're investing in the region to begin with, my assumption is that you have some already in place. So existing customers provide a few points of value. Number one, I always keep in mind that it's much easier to lose $1 than it is to gain $1. Again, you need to take off your sales cap and put on your GM cap. If you don't talk to your existing customers, if you're not with them in person, someone else is going to fight for that business, and they will be with those customers. So protect revenue, and oftentimes those companies will grow with you. If you have a net positive NRR, naturally they will grow with you. And my comment to the team was that I bet you that the reps in EMEA have not had the ability to spend intimate time with those customers and grow them to their fullest potential. Lo and behold, a lot of our revenue this year has come from those existing customers that reps thought were tapped out. And then lastly, customers will teach you a lot. When I first joined in the slot, I got sent an angry customer. We ended up resolving their issue. And then I just asked them, I said, hey, I have no clue what the hell I'm doing in the translation space. I know nothing about this industry. Do you mind if I sit down with you for an hour and just get your advice? He taught me which conferences to go to. He taught me how to pitch to different firms in that industry, because you can't do this with your prospects, right? They expect you to be the industry experts. Your customers have already invested in your company, and they have a vested interest in you being successful. So prioritize existing customers. Number 7, it takes 2 to tango. When you create a new region, there's this natural friction between headquarters wanting to do things how they've always done it, or prioritizing things that will create the most ROI in the short term. They're not as worried about the new region. And the new region is on an island. Things are hard. You're fighting for resources. And so you really need to make sure that you understand that both parties need to come to the table, and it does take 2 parties to tango. So the first thing that I would suggest is doing an HQ swap. We send all of our new joiners across the company over to Cologne, Germany, to our headquarters to learn about how things are done in headquarters. That's a luxury that we have. I understand that budgets are tight today. So if you cannot do that, at the minimum, I would highly suggest having people go from headquarters over to the new region. That's the only way to understand the pain points. It's the only way to understand what customers are going through and to be there for the reps. Number 2 is intended for the new region. You have to be loud. As the newer region, again, you are going to be more inefficient. The ROI is not going to be as clear in the short term. I have to annoy the shit out of my counterparts in order to get what I want. I have a monthly cadence with our chief legal officer and a weekly cadence with our head of commercial legal. I still don't have a commercial lawyer in region, and they know that during every single one-on-one, it's the first thing I'm going to bring up to them. When am I going to get a lawyer in the region? You have to be loud, you have to be annoying, and you have to be persistent. And the last thing is for the headquarters region. If you have not been in a new geography, you will never understand how hard it is. You need to be empathetic to what those people are feeling. You have to be conscious of things like meeting times. You guys are all in San Francisco. Right now, it's probably like 7 p.m. in Germany. So do not set meeting times late in the evening. Make sure that you're inclusive of those new regions in things like all hands. If you have a sales club and you only have 20 spots, you need to reserve a couple of the spots for the people in the new region, because otherwise they're always going to fall to the bottom of the totem pole, and you need to make sure to prioritize them. And lastly, please, please, please avoid saying this is how it's done in HQ. You have to be willing to localize into that new market. Okay, number 8 is act with urgency. So some of you will know what this sign is. If you've seen the show The Bear, it's about a chef. If you haven't watched it, it's a really good show. But he has this sign on his wall, and he talks about acting with urgency and that the fact that every second counts. So I think this is probably the biggest thing that I've focused on this year. We could have easily hired the 40 people that we did over the span of 2 years, and that would have been a win. With hiring 40 people, you need to move quickly. You have to set the tone, and you have to treat every day as urgent and every hire as urgent. This is something that I really had to embody myself, but also push the teams around me and have my execs do the same with their teams. So when I first joined, we didn't have any US data centers in the region. I spoke with our executive team. I understood the customer needs. And our CEO gave a mandate to the teams to build up the US data centers. And their initial comment was, yeah, it's going to take 3 or 4 quarters. And his response back was, hey, we built the German data centers in 2 months. Why can't we do the US ones quicker? It only took a few months for us to get the US data centers up and running, and so you need to push the pace. When we hired our head of America's SDRs, during his interview process, I asked him, you need to hire 5 people on your team as soon as possible. How quickly do you think you can get it done? And he's like, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months. Like, I need to come in, I need to create the job description, I need to figure out who I want. And I told him, you have 1 month to do it. Do you think you can do it? And his response was, yes, like, I'm up for the challenge. So you need to push people to their boundaries. If you don't ask the question of how we can get it done sooner, other people won't do that either. And then the last bullet point is something I've had a hard time really learning, but it's a hard truth that I've learned over the years, is good enough is good enough. And I don't think that this phrase applies to everything, specifically with people that you hire. Early on in the geography, again, you have to hire really good people, and this phrase does not apply to that. The intention of this is that you need to move quickly, and in many situations, good enough is good enough. I've definitely been victim to looking at the job description and editing it to hours on end to make sure I have no grammatical errors or whatnot. But when you're trying to grow very rapidly and you're trying to build that momentum, you need to embody the phrase, good enough is good enough. So these are the 8 key learnings. I'm not going to read through them because you've already seen them. Again, I wanted to come with 10, but I reminded myself that good enough is good enough. So I really hope that you guys have taken some sort of value out of this. Again, this was not intended to be a sales pitch or anything. These are just things that I've learned along the way. And I've put a QR code on here. This goes straight to my LinkedIn. Please add me on LinkedIn. I'm more than happy to help out. I'm still learning as I go, and by no means do I have all the answers. But I really hope that you guys walk away with at least one piece of advice that stuck with you and got some sort of value out of it. So my talking fast worked. I have 52 seconds left. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. I'll be at the conference for the rest of the day. Thank you. And I shouldn't have clicked that. Thank you, guys.
As a courtesy to our speakers and fellow attendees, we ask that you please silence all devices. Please welcome to the stage Kathleen Lord, CRO at Zensai.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. Hopefully, most of you have had lunch. If you're waiting for lunch, we'll make sure we entertain you well before that. A really, really exciting topic today. And this is one that I've experienced several times in my career of what should you really expect from your CRO or your VP of sales in that first 90 days. So through the session, we have 25 minutes. We're going to cover 4 topics. Hopefully there's some valuable takeaways today. First is what CEOs and founders want, what CROs can really accomplish, how to bridge that reality gap, and then your 3 actionable takeaways. Now, you may wonder, okay, Kathy, you're a CRO, but what's your experience? How many times have you done this? What journeys have you seen? So despite the wonderful job that the hair and makeup ladies did, I have 25 years of SaaS sales leadership experience spanning both new business, customer success. I've seen the journey from 2 million to 10 million. I've seen the journey from 30 million to 100 million. And I've seen the journey from 100 million to 500 million. And they all look very different, and they all require very different things from your revenue leaders. So can I see a quick show of hands? Who in the audience is a CEO founder? So we have a lot of those. Wonderful. All right, who in the audience is a CRO or a VP of sales? Okay, we have a great mix. This is awesome. Okay, so as we think about this question, what CEOs and founders really want, what would you guess? You know, I used my favorite tool that's AI related in the workplace today and came up with this word cloud. I said, what do CEO founders of modern SaaS companies really want? And this is the word cloud that it came back with. It felt to me, I'm not a CEO founder, but does this resonate with what a lot of the CEO founders in the audience think that they want from their CRO, VP of sales? I'm seeing some head nods there. Okay, great. So are all of these things really reasonable to expect from your CRO or VP of sales in the first 90 days? Probably not. So what can you expect them to accomplish? Well, first of all, there's 2 different really roles. A CRO role is very different from a VP of sales role. And I know at a lot of smaller companies, we may up-level a title, but having that clarity around what that role really is, what stage of the journey you're at, and what you need to do. Because frankly, we all need to do a lot more with a lot less in order to be successful as we scale the organization. So if I'm a CRO, and the reality is, this is exactly what my track is as CRO at Zensai. So Zensai is a scale-up company in that 30 to 100 million stage. And this is my 90-day plan of what I'm working on. And I have a side bet with my CEO of can I do it sooner than 90 days. But we have this 90-day plan. And the first one is, you should have a strong understanding of the business and the market, right? It's not just enough to understand the business and how that works, but it's really having those deep discussions with all of the stakeholders, the skip-level one-on-ones, the things you would expect. It's also a strong understanding of the pipeline and the forecast. And depending on the size of the company that you're at, you may or may not have a great system for that. You may or may not have great data. In fact, you may or may not have a great process identified yet. But it's that CRO's responsibility to understand that, figure it out, and look for what I like to call those pattern recognitions. And so where are you starting to see that things are working well, where they're not, so that you can start to develop what that go-forward plan looks like. But just as important of that, if you're really looking to scale up that company, it's really assessing the people, the culture, the ways of working, and what's required to change. Because we've all, well, if you've been through any of these journeys with a company, whether it's 0 to 5 million, 5 million to 20, whatever that stage is, what's required to get to 30 million, for example, is very different than what's required to go from 30 million to 100 million. So some of your employees in the revenue organization and other supporting functions may be really good at that first stage, but they may not have the will and they may not have the skill to do that next level of the journey. And so it's really understanding that assessment. Does it mean you have to change out all those people day one? No. But it does mean that you need to be aware of, here's where we either need to evolve or up-level our employees for the next stage of our journey. And understanding that and having a plan for that, because as you can imagine, that's not an insignificant risk to the business to make those changes, to make those investments. And you need to bake that into your strategy and plan of how am I going to involve my revenue organization and the people there. And then the last part, and this is something that I've seen so many times get left behind, and it's anybody who has been in sales knows that if you're going to close a deal, you have to have some sort of sequence of events, mutual action plan, mutual success plan to get it done. It's no different than doing a transformation within the organization. And so the last part is you should expect in that first 90 days, what is that action plan or that sequence of events that both the revenue team and those other supporting functions, because frankly, sales doesn't happen without marketing, without product, without finance, without legal, without services, without customer success. And so making sure that you have a prioritized action plan that the organization buys in. So, that's the first 90 days for a CRO. But what is that first 90 days from a VP of sales perspective? So, there's certainly that strong understanding of the business model and the market and what that looks like. But there's also then that strong understanding of the pipeline and the forecast. And really, if you're hiring a VP of sales, they should be much more engaged in just driving revenue and driving the business. They likely don't have the experience and the forethought to know in the first 90 days, what is my game plan? What is my framework that I utilize to go in and assess and do this? So are you looking to just grow revenue, but you're not worried about scale yet? Or are you looking to do both? And really getting clarity around how are you defining that CRO role versus a VP of sales role, and being honest so that when you hire that person and bring them in, it's very clear and you can set some very clear objectives with them about what you want to accomplish. And we are stuck on this. Oh, there we go. So for some reason, it didn't build out. For any of you who want a picture, you can go ahead and grab that one. The other couple of things that just to highlight, because I think this is important, is if your VP of sales, especially, and certainly your CRO, But if they are not actively engaged in deals, if they're not going on sales calls, if they're not talking to customers and talking to all of the team and the reps, that is a red flag. And so you should be expecting that to happen in the first 90 days and to help those reps and those teams close those deals. So I talked a lot about what would happen and what you should expect from a CRO in the first 90 days. And one of the reasons that I think you should have these expectations around what a CRO can really accomplish is if you're hiring a CRO, they should come to you with a playbook or a framework. I prefer using the term framework because I think that no company is the same as another one. So if you come with a playbook that you're going to rinse and repeat, what's the likelihood of it being applicable for that next company? Probably pretty slim. Whereas I prefer a revenue framework that gives you that freedom within the framework to make adjustments for the company, the product, maybe global geographies, et cetera. So this is the framework that we are just now in the process of implementing at Zenzai during week 4 for me at the organization. And it really comprises all of our ways of working, regardless of what global region we're in, from our North Star, vision, beliefs, communications. How do we make sure in a very global and distributed environment that we are aligned, to how do we create pipeline and what's that look like? And I'm sure at this stage of the journey, many of you have maybe experienced where you had a lot of inbound, and as you go to scale up, now all of a sudden you have to have outbound, maybe you add partners. It's no longer one source of pipeline generation, so how do you figure out how you scale that? To then, what are those revenue cadences? So how are you inspecting the revenue, and how are you making sure that customers are happy, and all of those things defined, to how do you assess that? How do you see if it's actually working or not? Do you have the instrumentation in place to do that so that the organization can get better and better, 1% better every day, right? And using data-driven coaching. And the great news is there's so many cool, and many of them are here, AI products that help you do that in a very, very efficient way. And then lastly, what does good look like? So performance expectations. And so, having a revenue model like this as you're interviewing and signing up a new VP of sales or a CRO, and certainly on the CRO side, you should be asking, what is your playbook? What is your revenue framework? What are you looking to do when you come in so you can hit the ground running? And if they don't have an organized way they're thinking about that, that's something you should explore with them further before moving forward. So as I mentioned, having a mutual success plan, a mutual action plan, or sequence of events, this is the one that's a draft version of it. It's morphed several times, but I put this together with, okay, I have this defined revenue operating model, but what do I actually need to do both within my organization and cross-functionally to bring this to reality? Because I've got folks in, 7 or 8 different countries, different time zones, different roles. How do we get everybody on board with this? And so this breaks it into 4 swim lanes around, the typical ones you think about: people, process, and systems. But I think one of the things that's really important, and it's so critical for getting engagement of your employees and getting their buy-in, is the culture. And especially as we're scaling up the organization, making sure that whatever culture you as the CEO or founder have established for your organization, that you don't lose sight of that as you continue to scale. And what is that culture you're building for the revenue organization as well? And they should go hand in glove with the company culture. So this is an example of that. And certainly, until they come in and work in your organization, they're not going to know exactly what these steps are. But they have the pattern recognition, if they have experience, to identify these are the things that I know as we hit that journey to that next stage of revenue that we're going to have to worry about. And so they can get ahead of those and hopefully prevent some of those bumps along the road that you can see as an organization. So how do you bridge the gap between what you want them to achieve, what they can achieve, And what's that look like? Let's go through a couple of those things, because there's 3 things that I think make a big difference. The first one of those is having clarity on what your organization needs today versus what your organization needs tomorrow. And I'll give you an example. In one of my prior companies, I was hired as a CRO. They did not need a CRO. They were too small. They were about 12 million ARR. What they really needed was a really good VP of sales. Could I do that? Yes, but it was lost on all of my super strengths, because my super strengths are scaling up once you're ready to take and go to that 30 million to 100 million plus. And so knowing, is the role leader? Is it a coach? Is it a player coach? What's their purpose? Scaling? Are they looking to just build a new revenue stream? There to coach the reps, et cetera. And then what are those priorities? So I don't know if you folks were in Jason's keynote this morning, but one of the things that's very clear, and I think we see this across the SaaS industry, is that everybody wants to become multi-product sooner, right? But if you have a sales organization that is used to selling one product, and now all of a sudden they have to sell multiple products, they have to create demand, they have to create that urgency, that is very different. And so if you need to bring in a leader who can help manage through that transformation, that's a very different skill set than somebody who's a kick-ass VP of sales. And so being honest across the executive team, what do we really need as an organization, and staying true to that. And I think this can't be said enough, and this is actually, I'll take and give credit to this to our CEO, Rasmus Holst, but one of his big things is finding people who have the pattern recognition. So have they done what you're looking to do? Can they recognize the patterns? Can they help you make the right decisions faster? Will you make all right decisions? No, but if you can increase the odds of making the right decisions and preventing friction in your business, it's all the better. So the second piece of bridging this reality gap and making sure that what you're expecting and what that leader can come in and do is ensuring alignment. And this is not just alignment between the CEO and that revenue leader. This is tight alignment across all of the functions. So whether that's go-to-market and having marketing and services and sales and CS aligned, but it's also the operational pieces, right? So if you're going to go offer a new freemium product, but finance and legal aren't set up to remove all the friction from that process, you're setting that revenue leader up for failure. It's the same thing on a product perspective. Is product developing the solutions that align with where you're directing as the CEO founder that revenue leader to go work, right? So that tight alignment and understanding what are those top 3 short-term wins for that revenue leader is important, because you want that leader to come in, and not that you're going to challenge them and do stump the chump and, hey, do you know how to solve this problem? Well, what about this problem? This is how do we as an executive leadership team come together and show some wins and build momentum, because likely you're bringing in that leader to do transformation. And you need the organization to rally behind that leader to help make that transformative journey successful. So the last one, and this is easier said than done. I think we've all in our careers probably seen, and even personal lives really, have seen some of this. So we hire a great new revenue leader. We have a clearly defined role for them. We have alignment and support across the executive team, but we haven't empowered them to do their job. So that can come from a couple of different reasons. It can come from the fact that there's Joe over here who has, been with the company since we started. He really knows a lot, and he's not very good at the role anymore. He's not quite the right person, but we can't get rid of Joe. He's been here forever. There can't be sacred people, processes, or systems. If you're really serious about scaling up to that next level, and if that's 5 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100, or 100 to 500, you have to seriously look at everything and say, what we did today is not going to get us to tomorrow, and what are those friction points and where are those weak links? It doesn't mean those people have to go away, but it may mean they need a different role, and in some cases, they may need to go away, right? It just may be they're not the right person for that next stage of the journey. The other issue here is that sometimes as CEO founders, we don't really want to give up control. So we're used to being sometimes the de facto revenue leader, and even if you have somebody, that leader that's in place at that stage really still comes to the CEO with a lot of questions. And I've bought a lot of technology, and frankly, the CEOs were the best salespeople. And so being able to, as the CEO or founder, don't be the bottleneck on all decisions. Because if you are, what was the point of hiring that revenue leader? The other piece is you have to create an environment where people can make mistakes. It's fail fast, learn fast. And I think, anybody with an engineering background, it's like, hey, we want to have quality, but we also have to ship fast and iterate and continue to do that. It's the same thing on the go-to-market side. If your revenue leader, CRO or VP of sales, is so worried about making a mistake or making the wrong decision or looking bad, they're not going to be effective in their job. What you really need to focus on is that recovery gap. So if we make a mistake, because we will, how quickly as an organization and as a leader can that person recover, can the organization recover? And that's how you get people empowered to make decisions, recognize the patterns, and help you drive the business to the next level. So, couple of key takeaways. We'll hit those, and then I think we might have time for a couple of questions if there's some in the audience. Clarity on what the organization needs are today, and understanding that whoever you hire is likely not going to take you for that full journey. So you need to think about that. What do I really need? And I'm not going to get one person, rarely, it's the purple squirrel, that can take you from $1 million or $2 million ARR to $100 million. You're likely going to have to make some step changes. There are exceptions to that. Alignment across the exec team on the purpose and priorities of the role. So making sure that there is consensus across that team, or if there's not consensus, you at least get everybody to align and agree on one common direction and support those efforts. And then 3, empowering your revenue leader to make those necessary changes. So if you can do those 3 things, the chances of having alignment between what you want that CRO or VP of sales to do in the first 90 days and what they can do should have very, very, very good overlap and success at the end of that journey. So with that, I think we have about 3 minutes for questions. If anybody has some, happy to take some of those.
What are the key things you should look for in CRO?
Okay, so the question was, what are some of the key things that we should look for in a CRO? So from my perspective, there's 3 things that you want to look for. One is, are they a hungry, good revenue leader? Like, can they inspire the team to go figure out how do we go win deals? Can we get people ramped up and get them excited about that to go compete? So kind of that high level of compete. Second thing that you want to look for, and this is something I touched on, is do they have the pattern recognition for the stage of the journey you're about to embark on? And that, to me, is really critical, because they may be great, because we all tend to look at leaders who have been at, say, the billion-dollar company, those unicorns out there, et cetera, but they may not be the right person for that 30 to 100 million stage. And so having that pattern recognition is really important. The third thing I would say, and this is really important, because as we know, SaaS companies are not successful unless there's a high degree of cross-functional collaboration and ability to work together as an executive team. So if they're not a cultural fit, there's a lot of great CROs or VPs of sales that can do an amazing job, but if they create so much friction in your culture, it's going to be, you're not going to have a well-oiled executive machine that can go figure out how to solve big, hairy problems. It's a great question, yeah. Any other questions? Cool. All right, well, thank you all. Hopefully you got some great takeaways from today. I'm around for the next 2 days, so if you have more questions or want to talk one off, happy to have a conversation with you. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Please welcome to the stage Tim Sang, co-founder and CEO at Apollo.io.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited and honored to be here with you guys and to get to share some lessons that we learned along our path from 0 to $100 million in ARR and going from a sales-led to a product-led growth model. So my name is Tim Sang. I'm the founder and CEO at Apollo. And yeah, excited to share some really fun lessons with you guys today. So first, I'd love to just share a bit about Apollo for those that don't know. We're an all-in-one go-to-market platform that combines everything it takes to go to market in a single unified solution, from data, intelligence, workflows, all in a single turnkey solution. When we started the business, we're actually entirely sales-led. We had SDRs generate pipeline, AEs close them, CSMs onboard, expand, retain them. And we transitioned to a fully product-led motion a few years ago. And since then, our growth has been pretty exponential. Today, we have over 80,000 paying customers, and we've been able to grow quickly and efficiently as well. But things weren't always so sunshines and roses. In fact, a few years ago, we actually had this near-death experience that led us to transition from sales to product-led. So I'd love to share with you how we did it and some lessons that we learned along the way. So the first couple lessons are about how to transition from sales to product-led and how to build a PLG business generally. But I'd also love to share how to pivot a business to reignite growth and how to succeed in a really crowded or competitive space. So it's going to be two parts to this talk. First, I'll share the context for what it was like before that led us to this transformation and how we did it with some lessons learned across strategy, execution, and culture. All right, so setting the stage. The first couple of years at Apollo were actually pretty smooth. We went from 0 to $2 million in ARR. We went from 2 to 5. And things were good. But then we hit a wall right around 2019. So as you can see from this chart, our growth just stopped. Compounding that, we were running out of cash. We had $9 million from our Series A, and we were down to our last million. We had less than 6 months of cash when we left. Compounding that, we were operating in a hyper-competitive space. This is a real market map of the dozens of players in sales tech. It's notoriously cutthroat. And every time we would build one feature, our closest competitors would build 10. And every day, we just felt like we were falling further and further behind. We're in this strategic no man's land. It was like not just David versus Goliath, but David versus Goliath versus Goliath versus Goliath. Compounding on this, morale was at an all-time low. Some great employees started leaving because they saw the writing on the wall. We're 50 employees at the time, but we're just bleeding talent. And morale was at an all-time low. So this was the situation. No money, no growth, no morale, and product that's falling further and further behind every day. So how do we fix this? So we took a three-part approach. First, we knew we had to do a strategic reset. Then we had to assemble a team, and then do the fun part, the actual execution. So first, talk a little bit about strategy. What we learned is that product market fit actually isn't enough. We needed product market model channel fit. We actually always had product market fit. Our market was SMBs, and they actually loved our all-in-one go-to-market solution. But we didn't have model market fit. So our pricing model, which was 10K ACVs at the time, was too expensive for most SMBs. We also didn't have channel model fit. 10K ACVs is not expensive enough to support a sales-driven motion. And that was the crux of our financial problems. We were growing quickly, but we were essentially spending $1 to acquire 80 cents of revenue because all those SDRs, CSMs, and AEs are really expensive. And so to solve this, we knew we had to fix this strategically. And what we did was match our model to our market by making it free or $99 a month to match SMBs, and to make our channel fully self-serve to match the model. And generally speaking, we did the opposite of what everyone else in the industry did. Most of the market was going after mid-market enterprise with point solutions that was fairly expensive, your typical 30K ACVs, and using a sales rep motion. And we deliberately zigged, wherever our competitors zagged, because we felt like this would be an opportunity to build a niche and win that niche versus trying to compete to be 8th place. Right? We can play to our strengths and build a segment where we can be the winners of and expand from there in the future. So now that we have our strategy in place, it's time for building the team. And here we have some major fires going on as well. As you recall, we're running out of cash with less than 6 months of runway, and our morale was at an all-time low. We were in this cultural state of paralysis. We had 50 employees, but we're just bleeding talent. So my co-founders, our VC partner, and I hunkered down in a conference room for multiple days and came to the brutal realization that the only way forward was we had to get to cash flow positive so that we can survive, and also assemble a core group of folks who are not just committed, but excited about this multi-year transformation that we're about to undertake. And that led to some really challenging choices. We had to go from 50 employees all the way down to 10. My co-founders and I asked them, hey, are you willing to go to 0 salary until we start growing and just live the ramen life, right? And it was definitely one of the most challenging, toughest periods of my professional career. And it's hard to describe the feeling of shame, of failure, of failing our employees, our investors, my co-founders. One of the darkest periods of my professional career, for sure. What we found, though, is that there was a light at the other end of the tunnel. And in the weeks that followed, a certain lightness emerged. Even though we're now a much smaller team, morale actually improved dramatically. So we felt like we're this tight-knit team of Navy SEALs now on a mission to build towards a new beginning. And there was a certain energy, the zest, the zeal, and excitement towards the future. By getting to cash flow positive, we now can actually think long-term. Before, we felt like we're on this hamster wheel where we're always fighting current state fires, and we felt like we had this gun to our head almost of just fighting for survival. But now we can have the room to think and invest. And even though we're a tiny team, no money, no cash, that actually was one of the best things that could have happened to Apollo. There's that saying, constraints breed creativity and focus. So we're so poor that we couldn't afford to do the things that most other folks did. So we had to be really creative. And we're so poor we couldn't afford to spend stuff that didn't most move the metric forward. So we had to be laser focused. And all this laid the cultural foundations for what would become one of the most fruitful periods of Apollo's journey so far. Cool. So now we have the team in place. Now it's time to execute. Before we can do that, we have to first figure out what are the levers of growth. How does a PLG business grow? In a sales-led business, it's pretty straightforward. You have AEs or marketing generate pipeline, SDRs and marketing generates pipeline, AEs close deals, and CSMs onboard, expand, retain customers. And then revenue from that flows back to the top of the funnel. In a product-like motion, it's very different. So complicated aside, I'll walk you through left to right. Instead of acquiring hundreds of leads per month, you have to acquire tens of thousands of signups per month, who then must activate to become a free user, who then must retain so that your free user base becomes bigger and bigger. And this is for a freemium instead of a free trial of PLG. Some of those free users would then convert to paid, and who then must retain and expand self-serve as well. Of course, there's still the sales motion at the bottom, but they're mostly selling to leads that are already using the product versus those that have yet to use it. So some key takeaways. Obviously, everything must be self-servable, but monetization in PLG happens after usage, not before. So in plain English, in sales-led, you sell the product, then people use it. In PLG, people use the product, and then they monetize either via self-serve or via reps. And that brings to the third point. User retention is so important. In any business, user retention is key because it's the driver of your revenue retention. But in PLG, it's triply important because user retention affects how many free users you have, that big circle in the middle. And that, in turn, drives every other part of your PLG flywheel. It drives how much new biz ARR you get. It drives how many sales leads you get. It even drives how many signups you get because of the virality and word of mouth that's needed for PLG to work. All right, so now we have the levers in play. We sought to model this in Excel and figure out what these metrics need to be in order for us to hit our target. We had set a target to 10x our revenue to $50 million. And the results were, we have a pretty big hill to climb, right? We had to get our retention up by 5x, monetization by 10x. We had to 50x our number of signups. But this is the cold hard math, so we just got to work. And what I'll share in the following slides is the approach with which we actually were able to hit almost all these metrics. There were some growth hacks here and there, but 90% of it was actually by using the same repeatable method of moving metrics, which I like to call the scientific method for moving metrics. So the way it works from left to right is, first you take any metric you want to move, break it down into sub-metrics, and then figure out which of those sub-metrics is going to be the highest potential to improve, to focus on. And then we focus on that one sub-metric, brainstorm ideas, prioritize them, ship it, and then see how it worked, and do that over and over again until that metric gets better, and then eventually your entire funnel gets better. So let me give a concrete example. We're trying to improve retention. So we try to analyze what are the drivers of retention for Apollo. And we realized that folks that downloaded our extension or sent an email, for example, would retain far higher than those that don't. So then we broke down, let's say, the email funnel, figure out what are all the different drop-off points, and figure out the biggest drop-off point, and then brainstorm initiatives to fix that big drop-off point. And then that drop-off point gets better, and then you just move on to the rest of the funnel until the entire funnel gets improved. And obviously, maybe only at most half of the experiments actually succeeded, but the other half, half failed, but half succeeded. And so because we had this high velocity motion, we're able to really move metrics forward really quickly. In fact, we're able to improve retention 6x over a period of just a year. And this is like a real amplitude screenshot. And some things I'll notice is that we actually didn't build any or many new features during this entire time. Like, it was almost all existing optimizations of existing features. There also wasn't any silver bullets. It's a very smooth line up. There's this feeling that, maybe you have to build this shiny new feature to massively move out your metrics, but this just proves that just analytical approach to moving metrics can really yield compounding gains that really snowball over time. All right, so we have now a sticky product. We have to figure out pricing. As you guys recall, we have to get our pricing from 10K all the way to 1K ACV, because 10K was squarely in the dead zone of pricing. It is too cheap to support a rep-driven motion, but too expensive for self-serve. But we had a problem, because we would need to be really cannibalizing our own revenue base as well. We had to be catastrophic to our revenue base. Right? Every customer would then have to downgrade by 90%. So we had this catch-22. We knew we had to do this strategically, but to do so, we would be intentionally decimating our own revenue base. So to solve this dilemma, we took a data-driven approach. We ran an A/B test and figured out for new traffic, those that saw and try to figure out what would be the difference in conversion rates for those that saw the new pricing. And long story short, those that saw the new pricing converted 20x higher, even though pricing was 10x lower. And that gave us the data to back our first principles reasoning. And So we pulled the trigger, and the next year was a really brutal renewal season, like just watching every customer downgrade by 90%. But things worked out in the end, and just to show that applying first principles and applying some data to support that and pulling the trigger really does pay off in the end, even if the conclusions are just wild. All right, so we have our pricing in place, and then we sought to optimize our conversion funnels. And using the same approach I shared a few slides back, we're able to improve it 10x over a period of a year as well, doing things like optimizing the feature gates. And we even built an A/B testing framework to try different pricing variants. Just goes to show that that method really works for almost any metric. All right, so we now have a sticky product that converts to paid, and so we can start acquiring some users. Now, as you recall, we have to get tens of thousands of signups per week. And we wanted to try the typical methods, like doing paid ads or doing content marketing, but we were so poor, we really couldn't afford it, right? We literally could not afford to hire content writers, and even if we could, we couldn't compete with players that are much bigger than we were. And we tried paid ads, but our ACVs were too low to support the high cost of ads in our industry. And so then we thought, well, what do our users who are sales reps actually search for? Yes, they search for sales email best practices or what's the best sales software, but they also search for information about contacts that they want to go after. And lo and behold, we have hundreds of millions of leads in our database. And so what if we create a page for each of them on Google and index it? So we had an engineer spend 4 weeks building this, and the results were really explosive. You can see the chart. The orange bars is the results from this discovery SEO hack, and then the little green bars is our foray into paid. So for no money, we're able to get orders of magnitude more traffic than paid. And it just goes to show that, you actually don't need to spend a lot of time to massively move up metrics. This entire thing took 4 weeks. And also, thinking creatively about how your customers behave can yield really fruitful results versus just doing the same thing that everyone else does. All right, so we have this growth hack, but we knew that it wasn't enough because it plateaus. We needed something that compounds. And the gold standard in PLG or SaaS in general is viral loops, word of mouth. So first, we try to hack our way to word of mouth or viral. We tried all these incentives where you can get X credits by inviting a friend. And they were moderately effective, but definitely not going to be enough. So then we thought, well, what if we just focused on improving NPS as a driver for acquisition? So normally, NPS is a measure of how good your product is. But if you actually read the question, it's like, how likely are you to recommend the product to a friend? Recommend, share, right? And so we thought, well, if we just make the product NPS better, maybe our virality factor would also increase. We set about trying to improve it. At the time, when we started, our NPS was a 5. And going back to that same scientific method, we just figure out what are all the reasons somebody had low NPS and fix those reasons. What are all the reasons that somebody had high NPS and got more users to use those. And over a period, about 2 years, we're able to get our NPS from a 5 to a 60. And we also saw our virality factor improve proportionally as well. And today, over 90% of our signups is from pure organic word of mouth. Just goes to show that in PLG, in any business, especially PLG, having a great product that users love is so important because it's key not just to retention, but the primary driver of acquisition as well. Cool. The last lesson I'll share is the role of sales and humans in a PLG motion. So when we started, everything had to go through a human. And then we took a page out of Atlassian's playbook where they had this quote, "Human interaction needed in software should be treated like a bug." And so we decided to analyze what are all the reasons that somebody needed to talk to a sales rep or a support rep or a success rep, and try to categorize them into what are high-value activities and low-value activities. High-value might be building strategic relationships with your economic buyer, and low-value might be answering a basic how-to question. And then we sought to systematically eliminate all the low-value ones by making it easy to do in the product or with some marketing video. As we did this, we realized not only did our CAC get better, our cost of customer acquisition get better, But our conversion rates also improved because of the lower customer friction. And not only was this better for our customers and company, but it was also great for employees, because now they get to spend their time on more interesting, challenging, strategic stuff versus having their time taken away by all these boring menial tasks. I'm really want to particularly, our sales team has had to go through a lot in this journey from sales-led to PLG. Right? They had to endure price cuts by 10x. They had all their sales feature gates taken away. But if you ask any of them, they're actually now happier than ever because they get to talk mostly with folks that are already using the product and loving it versus folks that are just using it for the first time and having much more interesting strategic conversations. And I just want to say really grateful for their trust and partnership throughout our entire journey. Cool. What was the result of all this? So since we started, we were able to improve our revenue by over 25x while remaining capital efficient as well. And whatever growth we had in the last couple of years can be really attributed to that deep 2-year period of transformation. And it reminds me of that quote by Jeff Bezos, where he says, somebody congratulates me on a great quarter, but I just think that quarter was baked years ago. And today, I'm trying to bake the quarter years from now in the future. Obviously, at Apollo, we still have a long way to go. We're still deeply investing in the future. But just goes to show that having that long-term thinking really pays off, because success does take time, but having the courage and conviction and patience to follow through does pay off in the end. All right, some key takeaways. So first, really learn that small teams can move mountains. Right? We did almost all this with a team of 10, no more than 15. But we were creative, we were focused, we were collectively all in, we moved fast. It's like really inspiring to look back and see what can be done with just a small team. Second, learn the power of starting from first principles. We completely reinvented our pricing and channels. We had some crazy conclusions that it makes sense to cut your pricing by 10x. And it may seem scary and be very different, but being different is actually great because it lets you carve out a niche where you could really thrive. And ultimately, though, having the courage to pull a trigger and the patience to follow through really does pay off in the end. Third, it's once you have the strategy in place, building your growth model to figure out the levers, and then systematically testing that and optimizing that with that scientific method for moving metrics really does work. We've been able to use it from any metric, from retention to monetization to NPS. And it's not just like work by improving it by 20%. It's like work by improving it by 5x, 10x, right? And finally, I learned the power of this learn it all mindset. So when I wish all these frameworks I shared, I learned it myself. Like I came up with them myself. So every framework I shared, I actually learned it from somewhere else, whether it's a podcast, playbook, book, or an online course. And back in the day, we actually would have these watch parties where our team would share learnings that they got from different resources online. Speaking of podcasts, this screenshot is a Spotify playlist of over 500 podcast episodes that our team collected and shared back then. And we even included a QR code for fun if you want to see what was going into our minds and ears back in the day. So now, I probably listened to every SaaStr podcast back then, and really, really grateful for this amazing community. Couldn't have done it without you guys and all the lessons that I learned, and really, really honored to get to share some lessons with you guys today as well. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Paige O'Neill, CMO at Seismic, Marino Fresh, VP of Marketing at Sprout Social, and Marcel Santilli, CMO at Deepgram.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Marino Fresk. I'm a VP of Marketing at Sprout Social, and I'm excited to be here to moderate and participate in this panel on AI in go-to-market, how it can be used more effectively, and some tangible, practical tips and advice for how to do that. And joining me are my two fellow panelists, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paige O'Neill. I'm the CMO of Seismic, and Seismic is the leading go-to-market enablement solution. So we help sales teams get up to speed, understand what they're selling, and help them learn how to sell it.
Hey, Marcel Santilli, CMO at Deepgram. We focus on voice AI, and also just at the end of the month, I'm transitioning and starting my own company, GrowthX.ai. So pretty excited about that as well. So thanks for having us.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so panelists, I'd love to start with a quick overview of your business. What is it that your businesses do, and where are you currently using AI most today in marketing and sales?
As I mentioned, Seismic is the leader in go-to-market enablement, and so we are in a situation where, of course, we're building AI into all of our products to help go-to-market teams, but also as CMO, I'm thinking very much about how do we use it for marketing, and I feel like there's a real responsibility for a leader to make sure the team is getting trained and up to speed in all the various marketing use cases. So we've got a lot of use cases at Seismic. I'll be detailing a few of them, and just really looking at how do we get the team up to speed, how do we give ourselves a competitive advantage as marketers, but also looking at it from the product perspective for Seismic's go-to-market as well.
Yeah, and for Deepgram, for those that don't know, we focus on speech-to-text, text-to-speech, and building voice agents. So a lot of the note takers you might be using every day is running on our APIs. And so especially as the LLMs and AI gets more powerful, you can do more with calls and conversations which carry most of our signals, so much more information than text. That's what we're powering. And for my company, GrowthX, we are building AI workflows with experts in the loop in order to help go-to-market teams do their jobs faster, better, and yeah.
And at Sprout Social, we focus on social media management, enabling organizations to use our software to more effectively manage their social media presences. We're really integrating AI very thoroughly into our product motion as well to enable teams to do that. From a marketing and sales perspective, I would say we were maybe a little bit behind the curve about a year ago. We really hadn't started to think yet about how to actually use AI to go to market more effectively. And we've really accelerated that motion over the past year. And I've got some use cases and wins that we can share with all of you to hopefully help kickstart your thinking. So before we jump in, I'd love to do a quick poll, quick show of hands. Please raise your hand if you feel like your AI use in sales and marketing is where you would like it to be today.
Nobody.
Nobody. So you're all feeling like you can do more with AI. Hopefully, let's do another quick one as well. So do you feel like, raise your hand if you feel like you know what you need to do, you just need to go faster and you need to know how to do it. A few folks, okay, and then please raise your hand if you're really just looking for guidance on what, where, how you should be using AI. So that's the majority. Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's jump in. Paige, tell us a little bit about how your organization got started with that journey, with how to use AI, how to embrace it, and where to deploy it within the organization.
Yeah, I guess it's probably been about a year or so ago now. Like everybody else, I was blown away when ChatGPT first 3.5 came out, and pretty quickly followed by 4. And personally, I'm looking at it, playing around, thinking as a CMO about the impact this is going to have on the world, but on marketing specifically. And I just thought, as I said already, I felt a real responsibility. There was a lot of conversation internally. I heard people on my team asking a lot of questions. What does this mean for marketing? How should we be thinking about this? And I realized that as a leader of a team, there's a real responsibility there to make sure that they're prepared for the future and that we understand what's happening, what the impact is going to be on marketing, how we should respond to that, and get the team trained up on how to do that. And so I looked around. I'm a member of several different CMO forums and noticed that there were a couple of experts that were talking about AI. And so I contacted a few of them and asked for approaches. And we decided on an approach that I think was really effective, that I would highly recommend, which is that we hired a consultant by the name of Lisa Adams. She's amazing. Nicole Leffler is also another amazing marketing consultant who's out there. But we brought Lisa in, and she took the approach of going to every team. So I've got a product marketing team, a brand team, a web team, demand generation team, communications. And we did a drill down with all of the teams on what were the tools and technologies that were available for marketing that were specific to their function. How should they be thinking about how they could leverage AI to be able to accelerate or increase productivity or save money in a lot of cases? And then we had a discussion across the team. We had them all come up with anywhere from 5 to 7 projects that they thought would be either low-hanging fruit or were things of interest. And we decided to tackle them off. And so each team picked 2 or 3 things to move forward with. And we're now in a situation where we've got 12 use cases that we've actually are in active deployment, and then we've got 6 more that are kind of waiting in the wings. And I'll talk more in a bit about some of the results that we're seeing and what some of those use cases are. But it was a great approach to get the team trained, get everyone excited, get the buy-in, and actually be specific about what we could accomplish and how that could bring impact to the business across marketing.
I think my was a little different in that my wife and I had a daughter last year, and I wanted to spend more time, honestly, at home, and at my time at work, I wanted to be more energized and do things that energize me. So that's kind of how I started in a little bit of this journey of building AI workflows, was trying to buy some of my time back and delegating some things, but then just playing with the technology, becoming very native. And one of the things I started with was content creation, because I had built several content programs, and I knew exactly what it would take to go from ideation to publishing an article. And so I started playing with that, chaining together different steps, LLM steps. We use a tool called AirUps, so they're really great, and spending these thousands of hours. And finally I said, okay, let me publish this. So we published this AI apps directory. We published about 3,000 pages, and then our traffic went from about 1,000 clicks a day to a little over 30,000 in about a month. And by 30xing our traffic, everyone started paying attention. Wow, there's something here. But then one of the things we realized also was you also need humans in the loop to review the work and have input into different steps. And so we started introducing that. And then I did a workshop for the whole company, essentially teaching, here's everything I've learned so far, and the basics of prompting, but also like what are some of the ways to process the inputs the right way, to get the right outputs. And then from there, we saw this really interesting thing that 90% of people did nothing with that because they're too busy. And then about 10% of people actually said, you know what, let me go try this. And then I remember logging in again to this our platform where we're building these workflows and just seeing a bunch of really powerful things that we'll talk about here in a minute. And now like we're in kind of the second phase of how do we do this and how do we continue to scale? Because essentially the employees and the people that are doing this, they're 10 to 100 times more productive, and they have these newfound superpowers. And then the rest of the team is like, oh, I'm just too busy. I'll get to it, right? And so that was kind of a little bit of the aha moment.
That's really interesting. Thank you. We had a similar journey in Sprout to deploy AI as well. The challenge that we find that I think is common to a lot of organizations is AI is really like having a big box of Legos without any instructions, right? So you can do whatever you want, which is very appealing and very attractive, but where do you start? What do? You need that instruction set, you need that template to actually get going. So our approach was similar. We also, in fact, worked with Lisa Adams, who another +1 for is great and very helpful. And we took a similar approach of identifying the key use cases, particularly the low-hanging fruit, right? The things that were obvious, easy to do quickly, content creation, SEO, things like that. Start deploying there, start getting some early wins quickly, and then move into the more complex, harder to see use cases, product marketing, customer marketing, etc. So what I'd advocate for is an approach like that to accelerate the journey. Start with the teams that have the appetite, that are more tech forward and have the obvious use cases, and from there get those wins, demonstrate success, measure it, and then deploy more widely within the organization. So let's maybe dig into a couple of those specific use cases. I'd love to hear just one or two like really specific examples of wins you have had in your organizations that would have been impossible or really difficult without AI.
Yeah, I think we might have a slide here on kind of some of the results, but which were surprising to my team as well. But the first one was the one I talked about, which was, can I, using LLMs and unique inputs, generate a piece of content that is highly useful to our audience, and it's better than what was already out there ranking really high? So that was the hypothesis we had, and after like playing with it and becoming really native to and trying different things and spending a lot of time, the answer was yes. And then part of that was just like, how do you scale this and maintain the quality by making sure there's humans involved still and reviewing and providing inputs, you know? And then I think the only other one that I would mention is calls are probably what a lot of information gets lost and left behind in all our companies, right? Even if you're using Gong or Chorus or whatever, like oftentimes you're not extracting, like you could be generating case studies programmatically. You could be, you know, automatically filling fields in Salesforce. So a lot of the other use cases we've had is exactly that, is like programmatically taking customer success calls and sales calls and disseminating that information programmatically into our systems of record like Salesforce.
And I mentioned that we've got 12 use cases right now that we're actively going down, and things like video editing, persona development, competitive analysis, of course, content creation, a myriad of other things. And some of the interesting things that we've seen, I'll take persona development. So as anyone who's a marketer in the audience knows, to develop a new persona for a target market, it takes weeks of research, and then you've got to do messaging and document creation and various pieces of collateral. It could take weeks to even months, depending on the size of your team in the company, to come out with a new persona. And so what we've been able to do is we have a custom chat GPT model that we've trained up on various things, including our personas. And so now we're able to feed into that custom chat GPT all of our data, and we've turned a process that could have been weeks to months to just a few hours and then days once you put in the editing process to bring out a new persona and bring that to market. And so it's just a dramatic improvement in the scalability of the team. And similar for competitive analysis. With so much data, so many different inputs that come back from things like win-loss and data that's coming in from the sales team, aggregating what they're filling in Salesforce, what you're getting back from a win-loss vendor, what you're hearing in the market, what you're seeing in news articles on the web or just anecdotal data. And so we've trained our model to be able to input that data and come back with key trends that we might be spotting and be able to aggregate that and disseminate that out to the team. And so it's just a tremendous volume of data that we're now able to synthesize immediately and then disseminate with the templates that we built out with the help of our custom GPT.
So I think that's a really common theme, that ability to go faster, do more, and then free up time in our teams to focus on more strategy, more high-value work, higher-value thinking work. One of the areas where we've had a lot of success has been on repurposing content and reformatting it. So a couple of quick examples of that. One is case study creation, very laborious manual process, taking a video transcript of a customer interview and turning that into a blog post. That is something we can do now, just to take us a month, and we can do it in a few hours using AI. Now that frees up budget that was going towards freelancers previously, but it also frees up our internal time to spend more time on the editing, the refining of that case study, the distribution of it. What do we do with it? How we use it, right? So it lets our teams move into more of the work that really adds value for the business. Okay, so let's move on. What have been some of the biggest challenges that you've experienced with deploying AI in your organizations? Marcel, let's start with you.
So the thing is, I think you have this really powerful, I like to call it like PhD as a service, right? And really powerful intelligence engine that you can apply to anything. And what I've noticed is people are just afraid to get started because they're just too busy with their day jobs. And often, like, you can't really delegate to AI what you don't know even how to delegate to another human. And so that's the other barrier I see, is that people don't start or don't know where to start because they're trying to expect an outcome from AI where they've spent no time giving it context or understanding the technology. So you go into ChatGPT, you copy and paste something over, it's mediocre at best, you play with it, you spend an hour, it's like, oh, I'm too busy, I gotta go finish this thing, right? Yeah, like if you hire an employee or someone started on your team, you would spend a lot more time thinking through it and breaking down the work and giving them the context, you know? And so I think it's how people are approaching it rather than the technology is there, you know, and the tools are there. It's more of how they're approaching and taking the time, just like they would with the delegating tasks to another person, you know.
Yeah, I think I agree with the time. I think it can be difficult to get started and to think about doing things in a different way, because you do have to invest that time up front to train the model, to think about a different process. And so it's definitely a function of, if I just keep doing it, I'm so busy. If I just keep doing it the way that I've always done it, I don't have time to learn something new. And I also think there's a fear surrounding the technology. A lot of people are afraid, and I've had conversations with team members who thought, oh, we're adopting AI, that means my job's going to be at risk, or we're going to stop hiring people. And it's actually one of the triumphs that I think we've had at Seismic with the approach that we've taken is, as everyone's gotten involved, they've gotten up to speed, they've gotten the training, and then they've started playing around with various projects, they realize that it's an extension of them, of the team. And they've even given our custom GPT a name, we call him Chad, and they think of him as a member of the team. So they've kind of gotten over that hurdle of, I'm afraid of this, I don't know what to do, I don't have the time, and this is coming after my job. So I think just that hands-on approach and having everyone really feel like they're all in it together has been really important.
Yeah, I think those are great points, and that really resonates with me as well. I think in particular in sales and in marketing, I think in particular in marketing organizations, particularly creative parts of marketing, there can be this concern that AI is going to replace team members, whereas really it shouldn't do that. It should be a force multiplier to let our organizations do 5x, 10x, 100x with the same number of people. And then again, to my earlier point, enabling our internal teams that really know our product and our customer to focus on the best quality work, the strategy, where are we going to use AI for what, how are we going to steer it, and then that last 20% to get it refined so that it's customer ready, versus reduce headcount or reduce the size of teams. And I would add, I think for me, as we've rolled out our AI strategy within Sprout Social, a couple of the challenges that I didn't think about as much at the beginning were, firstly, the legal, IT, and ethical side of things. So we started with a very locked down legal approach, very, very restrictive legal policy, because we wanted to be quite careful on not misusing AI. And so that really was hampering how quickly we could move it out throughout the organization. The way we solved that is we set up a steering committee that included legal, IT, marketing, sales, and other key stakeholders. And we started with this pretty tightly locked down legal policy, but then put in place the mechanism and the rituals and the touch points to iterate on that policy super fast, because AI is clearly changing very, very quickly. So very, very close alignment with those supporting parts of the organization will be critical, in particular the legal and IT teams. And then related to that, and this is something I think about a lot in marketing, is the brand risk. So within that steering committee, one of the things we first and foremost did was put together a manifesto for how we want to use AI, where we want to deploy it, what our guiding principles are going to be. And a key one of those guiding principles was and is, we don't want AI to be deceptive. So we want to use it to supplement and support and enhance the work we're doing. But if we get to a place where we are making something look like it is coming from a human, but it's actually generated by AI, then that starts to feel deceptive, right? So the guide here is AI should be helping us do more, but it should not be replacing human interaction, and it shouldn't be seen by a customer as, oh, hey, I'm talking to a human here, but actually it's an AI. So that's the key one for us, is not being actively misleading with AI content and how we're using AI content in marketing. Tell us a little bit about how you have approached, Marcel, you touched on this a little bit a moment ago, but how you've approached driving and accelerating that organizational adoption, right? So you've got your early adopters. You need to maybe hold them back, not get them to go faster. But then you have the rest of the organization who perhaps doesn't see the need for this, the benefit, what's in it for me. How have you both thought about getting those other parts of your organization to embrace AI?
Yeah, I think people need to experience a little aha moment for themselves, right? And one that happened recently, we have this step that I like to call it the user intent step. So we go and for a certain keyword, we'll scrape the top 10 search results, but then we'll understand like your company, we'll scrape your entire website, understand what you do, understand your customers and everything else. And then we'll do a step, which we'll do a little chain of thought. And then we'll say, hey, tell me about what is the intent behind this user? Why do they care about this topic? And how does it connect to my company? And what are their top concerns and fears, right? And so when we demo that to people in the company, like they kind of had this aha moment where like, wow, this is actually really good. And then we use that step to generate an FAQ for one of their own pages or something that's their day-to-day job. And then they had just this aha moment, oh, wait, can I do this for this other job to be done over here? And then people start to have these aha moments where they're like, oh, okay, I get it now. I can apply it to my, like decompose my work, take a first principles approach and find what are all the jobs to be done? What are the things that, what are the steps to get the right work products to be high quality? And where can I apply this to that, right? And so I think you need to figure out ways to show the magic and get people excited and have a little bit of fun with it, but also give them room to actually spend the time. If they only have 30 minutes in between 10 meetings every day, they're not going to get anywhere, right? Like, so you got to make room for anyone in your company or make room for yourself to go block off a day a week, go block off 2 days, go take a vacation. I tell my team all the time, take 2 weeks off. You're on vacation from the team, but you're actually catching up and learning and doing whatever you want, and like things like that I think help kind of remove the inertia maybe,
I love that. Take the 2 weeks off and take the time to learn. And well, one of the things that I have thought was really important with our team is first creating the space to identify the projects, but as a leader communicating that this is a priority. AI is going to change everything that we do in marketing, and everyone on the team needs to understand that your job is going to be changing. So create the space for creativity and the team environment for learning, but then also create the sense of urgency that, we need to be doing this now. It's moving very quickly. If you're not thinking about it, you're going to be left behind. And so I think that there are a variety of things that marketing teams and leaders and go-to-market teams need to be thinking about in terms of, I don't want to be behind the curve. I need to be thinking about this, but also creating the space for and the investment in the training and the projects.
I love that. I think the quote that I heard a while ago that has stuck with me on this is AI won't replace your job, but the marketer or the salesperson that knows how to use AI, they will replace your job, right? So getting our teams to embrace that mindset of this is a core skill that you must have and you must develop, and we will help you develop to stay relevant in your career as a sales leader or a marketing leader is absolutely critical. And I'd echo those points as well. We had success deploying AI through that approach of lighting the spark, lighting the fire, like bringing in an external catalyst or even an internal expert who's an early adopter, getting those initial use cases quickly and in easy to do places, and then illustrating it saved this many hours, it produced this much higher quality result. It got this much better click-through in that low-hanging fruit, easy use case environment, and then from there scaling out more broadly within the organization. So just one last topic to touch on here before we wrap up. So Paige and Marcel, I'd love to hear for the audience, what guidance would you have for things they should keep top of mind as they deploy AI throughout their organizations?
Yeah, I mean, I really believe that when you're looking for how to apply AI, you should start with what are the areas in whatever part of the organization you're sitting in, where are the bottlenecks, where are the strategy challenges, and then think about how can we use AI to accelerate that, starting with that and layering the strategy down from there versus just looking for a project that seems cool is going to bring more value to the business and you're going to have an easier time getting the buy-in.
Yeah, and I think we have the key takeaways too. For me, is just become native. I will put my experience against any prompt engineer because I played with it and I spent 1,000 hours seeing what great outputs look like and programmatically doing that, and just many of us don't take a first principles approach to our work. What are the steps to get a job done? For you to send an email, for you to do a case study, for you to, publish a page, do a persona, segmentation, whatever it is, and I think one of the most important ones I mentioned before is just you just can't delegate to AI what you can't even explain to another human. And I think just get started, just spend the time. Nothing will replace spending the time and understanding the technology and seeing where you can apply.
Thank you. There's a great Harvard Business Review article that goes into some of this for AI usage. And the thing that struck me within the article is the finding based on research that teams that use AI, clearly, you would expect, complete many more tasks much faster. But the surprising finding was also that the quality of the tasks produced is much higher. Now, not necessarily because AI is producing higher quality tasks, but because it's freeing up your team to focus on improving the quality of those tasks. And then, so just to wrap us up on the slide here, feel free to take a photo of this if you'd like. These are some of the key influencers, advisors, researchers, et cetera, in AI that we follow. We've mentioned Nicole Leffer and Lisa Adams a couple of times here. Highly recommend them. And feel free to hit us up on LinkedIn as well. Reach out to us if you have any questions about AI and how to deploy that within your organization. While we're not experts on AI, we've certainly leaned into deploying that within our own sales and marketing teams. So happy to share what we've learned so far, if that's helpful.
And also, happy to send recording of a workshop I've done. It's 5 hours long too. So just follow me on or connect with me on LinkedIn. And I'm sure all of us have a ton of resources in addition to that we can share as well. So
thanks, everyone.
I don't have a 5-hour workshop, sorry. But thanks, everyone.
And thank you, everyone. And thank you to our panelists, Paige and Marcel. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
welcome to the stage Samir Dalakia, partner at Bessemer Venture Partners, Kate Jensen, head of sales and partnerships at Anthropic, Timothy Young, CEO at Jasper AI, Julie Chapin, COO at Abridge, and Rami Karabiber, CEO and co-founder at EvenUp.
Everybody settled in? Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you all. I feel like we got to start off with a little bit of gratitude. Gratitude to SaaStr. Thanks for y'all for hosting this. I've been coming to these events for, like we were just talking, about a decade now. When I was the CEO of this little company named SendGrid that would learn, I would be in the audience and hear great stories and pick up a few tidbits. And when we got public, I got to come back and speak a couple times, and now I get to come back in a second career as an investor, and now have all of our portfolio companies share their lessons learned, and it's awesome. So super grateful to SaaStr for bringing us together. Grateful that all of you came and spent time with us. Really grateful to my 4 panelists up here. These guys are all really, really busy, and they carved out time to come here and talk with us. And I would say I hope everybody in the audience is realizing that we all collectively should be really, really grateful. How lucky are we that we get to live in this era of this transformative time where AI is undoubtedly going to change the way that we all work and live, and you can feel it, you can see it. There's no question you've got the, what is that, the Amara's law of overestimating what's going to happen in the short term and underestimating its long-term impact. I have seen this happen in the internet era in the mid-90s. I saw this again with mobile. We saw it again with cloud, and we're living through it again. But it is so, so exciting to see what's happening. For Bessemer, I'm clicking those slides, but those are not. Are those changing up there? Yes, they are. OK, fabulous. We're all in on AI. We've dedicated $1 billion of our $4 billion in dry powder to go invest in AI companies, and couldn't be more excited about what these folks are doing here today. So why don't we dive right in? We'll start off with some introductions. I'm going to ask each of you to just share your role, who you are, your role, what you do, a company you work at, and what the company does. And then we'll go from there.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julia Chapin, Chief Operating Officer at Abridge, where we're on a mission to power deeper understanding of healthcare conversations all through purpose-built AI. Today, we take doctor-patient conversations and we transform them into clinical notes for clinicians to review and quickly get more information into the medical record, also for patients. We're working with systems across the nation, including Kaiser Permanente, Sutter, and beyond. And in my role as COO, I work to ensure that we are continuing to responsibly deploy this technology to the healthcare space and really driving impact and culture. Prior to Abridge, where I've been for the last 5.5 years, started my career at Google, bringing Google products to emerging markets. Ended up co-founding a company called Binti to make the adoption paperwork process easier for prospective parents. And in between startups, also cooked at a Michelin star restaurant. Glad to be here with everyone today.
Thanks, Julia.
Thanks so much for having us. I'm Kate. I lead our sales and partnerships teams at Anthropic. Anthropic is an LLM company that's kind of part research lab, part commercial entity. I hope most of you in the audience at this point have tried Claude. If you haven't, please do. We work with companies of all sizes, from startups like many of the folks on stage here with me today, all the way up to really large companies like Intuit and Salesforce. Really excited to chat about all things AI today.
Awesome. Thank you, Kate. Rami.
Hey, everybody. My name is Rami. I'm the CEO here at EvenUp. We're on a mission to be the source of truth of what injury cases are worth. The way we help injury victims, the 20 million of them that get injured every year in the US, is by essentially doing a part of the job of the attorneys that represent them. So very excited to be here, chat with all of you about generative AI.
All right. My name is Timothy Young. Super excited to be here. I'm the CEO of Jasper. Some of you may have remembered Jasper from 2019. We launched as one of the first companies to really prove that you could build a business model on top of an LLM with our writing assistant. Today, we've expanded the business quite a bit into an enterprise AI platform for marketing teams. And we're really focused on solving kind of 3 key challenges for marketing executives and their organizations. The first is around just, about 30% of marketers spend a lot of their time doing mundane tasks. So we offload a lot of that to AI. The second is CMOs are challenged around personalization and scale. About 63% of CMOs report that they struggle with this in the enterprise. So we help them solve that challenge. And then the third one is about 70% of marketing campaigns do not generate positive ROI. And so our platform enables a series of workflows to begin to solve a lot of those challenges at enterprises. Our customers include companies like Okta, Figma, LinkedIn, Home Depot. Prior to Jasper, I was the president at Dropbox. And prior to that, I was an executive VP of engineering at VMware and then had a couple venture-backed startups myself. So very excited to be here.
Awesome, Timothy. Thank you. Thank you. So let me give you all a roadmap for the conversation that we're going to have. Bessemer every year for many years now in the cloud era would create this thing called the State of the Cloud. And we've put this out every year, and we would come to SaaStr every year and talk to the audience about where we are in this journey of moving from on-prem software into the cloud, into SaaS, and so on. Obviously, in this stage, SaaS is a very mature category, a very mature industry, and it's impossible to talk about cloud and SaaS here at SaaStr and not be talking about AI. So this report we put out is all about the cloud AI era. The 5 trends that we've been seeing. Hope you can access this QR code. You'll get the report. There are 5 key themes that we pulled out. Today, we're just going to talk about 1, 3, and 4 up on the screen. We'll talk about some foundation models. We're going to talk about multimodal capabilities. We're going to talk about vertical AI. We're also going to throw in one more topic that is so critical, which is around defensibility and moats in a generative AI large language model world. And so let's go ahead and dive in. Let's take that first one about foundation models. There are so many models. Where open source models, there are closed source models, there are frontier models. Folks that are using their own models that are fine-tuned with their own industry data or content. I really would love to hear. First, Kate, from the Anthropic view, some of the great things that you all have seen about Anthropic's model relative to all the competition. Why do enterprises choose Anthropic? Why should all the folks out in the audience be absolutely including, at a minimum, including Anthropic, if not choosing it outright as the only one? And then maybe from the application builders that are up here, a little bit on what you all have been doing in your organization. So, Kate, I'll start with you.
I don't think I need to tell anyone here that there are a lot of options available. And often what we're talking to when we're talking to our customers about is about when do you choose Claude versus another model. And sometimes that's all within one use case. Sometimes you're choosing a model based on a very particular use case. To answer the question about why Claude, there are so many reasons. It's why I work there. But one of the biggest ones is our model performance continues to get better and better. We're iterating really at the frontier. So you just look at performance. And we continue to be told by our customers that they're really pleasantly surprised by how well Claude can understand very detailed, very nuanced context, how well Claude can write. And many of you are probably thinking about building customer-facing applications where your models are actually going to be writing things that your customers will be engaging with directly. And that tone is so important. On more of the enterprise side, you often hear a lot about security, reliability, and availability in the cloud. And so a big part of that for us is we have relationships with Google and with Amazon. So if you're a GCP customer or an AWS customer, you can use Vertex or Bedrock, and the cloud models are available there. But I know many of you, we talked about this yesterday, are actually using a whole bunch of different models for a lot of different use cases.
Yeah, I think in the case of a bridge, the industry and the landscape is changing so rapidly with new models coming out all the time, new capabilities coming out all the time. And so how we think about things in terms of what to use off-the-shelf models for versus what we fine-tune internally and create our own models for, it's largely a function of what delivers the best quality product for our users. And so we're constantly trying everything that's coming available, evaluating against the latest and greatest. And also, I think something that's unique about our evaluation process is that we actually do head-to-head comparisons against every single model with humans in the loop to also ensure that what we are shipping makes the most sense for our particular users. Now, in the medical space, there are many cases where off-the-shelf kind of solutions will not actually work to the specification that we need for the healthcare industry. And for those use cases, we have our own proprietary data sets that we've trained models on ourselves to be able to deliver the types of experiences that our users need.
Awesome. Rami or Timothy, you guys want to pile in?
For sure. And just for folks that don't know us, we draft a specific type of legal letter called a demand letter on behalf of these lawyers that we serve. We do about 1,000 of these letters, or 10,000 pages of legal text that we write every week. And similarly for us, there isn't a one-size-fits model that can serve all of our needs. It's a mix of discriminative and generative models, a mix of human-in-the-loop and fine-tuned models for us to get to where we need to be from an accuracy basis. For industries like ours, precision and recall really does matter. 90% of the way there in a legal letter is not enough quality, which is why fine-tuning and having a human in the loop really does help get the product to where it needs to be.
You know, for Jasper, it's really been a big journey for us. In 2019, we started with one model, and today we run about 39 different models in production across the entire customer base. And so we're really LLM agnostic. We are huge fans of Anthropic, of course, and use that very aggressively throughout the customer base. But we really try to work from what the customer's desired output is, and then work backwards through the model. So we're constantly testing models, we're evaluating them for drift over time, and we run a mix of foundational models, open source models, our own, especially on image, our own models through our product ClipDrop, where we're doing our own fine-tuning a lot. And then we have customers who are also bringing their own model. And in a lot of cases, what we're finding is that customers are beginning to, when they're rolling these systems out at scale, they want structured outputs, and they want repeatability, they want trust, they want high confidence. And so we're constantly monitoring that in certain models for certain different pieces of content and marketing, balance that repeatability with the proper amount of creativity. And so that is something that we're constantly looking at and helping customers find the right model for their use case.
If I may, one thing that Jasper in particular is so great at is giving us very rapid, very candid feedback on what we can all be doing better. And I think that's something that's so fun about the fast pace of this world that we're living in, where new models are coming out, it feels like every 5 minutes. Just testing, iterating, getting feedback in real time, so the next thing we put out is exactly what people want, is so important. And that focus on reliability and making sure that you're actually getting the outputs that you need, that you can rely on for those really important customer-facing use cases, like I said, is really where we're ending up focusing at Anthropic.
Super helpful. And just as the guy that's lived through these waves before, I think many in the audience will agree with me that it's very different than the last revolution that we saw. Like, we're all here at SaaStr in cloud. When we got started in cloud in 2007, 8, 9, most businesses that were starting with cloud picked one cloud, and then they built. And it was usually AWS for the first 5 years. And then GCP came along, but they had to convince people to build on their cloud. Multi-cloud really didn't arrive for many, many, many years in a real, like, a high penetration rate of what enterprises were building their applications. People were just building on one infrastructure by and large. And I think what we're seeing in this wave is very different, actually. We're seeing a lot of folks that are quickly leveraging the capabilities of a number of models and large language capabilities for particular use cases and particular tasks, and sort of an interesting distinction. OK, next question. Kate, I don't know what Anthropic Legal is going to allow you to say, so we can pass on this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Everybody in the audience is wondering this. I know I am. We've seen the leaps from GPT-2 to 3, from Claude to 3 to 3.5. Like, they have been big leaps, right, from each generation. And we're all wondering, the next one that drops, is Claude 4, is it asymptotic? Is it incrementally better, but still amazing? Or is it step function? And we don't know, but you all have a better insight into that than anybody here.
It's funny because if you ask anyone on the research team, what is the next model going to be able to do? The answer is usually, we'll find out. But no, in more serious terms, there are kind of three things that drive a model performance. One is hardware. The next is algorithmic improvements, the software that we're running to train the models. And then the third is the data that we're using to train the models. And so you can kind of think of every lab right now as making big improvements, kind of all three. And that's really where and why you start to see these step function changes. When you have much better hardware with much better algorithms and an ability to leverage even more interesting data. Multimodal is a big thing that I know we'll talk about in a few minutes. The model performance just continues to jump as things come out. The other area of innovation where a lot of folks are maturing is just developing better products around these really basic APIs that interact with the LLMs. And even things like, I have to pitch it. We came out with Claude for Work last week. This is our enterprise product where you could just buy something without necessarily having to build on your own. And that sort of product innovation, I think, is another big driver for us that we're really focused on.
Awesome. Fantastic. And it's funny, the answer of we'll see, we don't know what the models are going to do. I hosted a panel. It was actually a Jasper AI panel in San Francisco 2 years ago, maybe a little more than that. And Dario said on that panel that they discovered that the models could code. Like, it wasn't a design requirement. It wasn't an intentional. The model, it had the capability. It figured out how to do it. And so it's interesting that these models can, in fact, we'll see what they can do once they're there.
It's absolutely right. We call it coming out of the oven and seeing what it's capable of. Of course, you fine-tune it on the back end and make it better at certain things. But so much of what we're doing is making bets on what we think will work.
Yeah.
And then we call it putting it in the oven and taking it out of the oven and seeing what we made.
Well, and I do love, obviously, we're biased. We're investors in all the companies up here. We love Anthropic because it also has a great deal of focus around constitutional AI, the safety and trust to ensure that the proper guardrails are there and in place in a way that not all language models and providers have that same level of emphasis. So we love what you all are doing. So fantastic. All right, we're going to switch gears now. We're going to go into the next topic, which is around what's actually up on the screen, moats of defensibility for these AI businesses. And I'll just tee this up, particularly for those of you in the audience that are the application builders. What's wonderful, it is a magical new capability that's been unleashed by the language models. And so you can apply those capabilities to long, old problems in novel, new, and interesting ways, which is amazing. The underbelly to that is these models are readily available to everyone in the world, all your competitors too. So how do you think about defensibility in that context? And I wanted to start with Timothy because you all are honestly the first of those great businesses that got to double-digit million ARR, rocket ship growth, and went through a transformation, as you were describing in your introduction, from what some described as the thin wrapper to where we are now as a full application platform. So
I knew you were going to say API wrapper.
Yeah, I mean,
I knew it.
Go ahead and tell them about that journey and how you all over the last 2 years have built those defensible moats that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an incredible, journey, and it's very, I think top of mind, or should be top of mind for everyone here. a couple years ago, everyone was talking about, oh, it's just an API wrapper. And then in 2019, when the company launched, I think that was a little bit true. We were the first, kind of true application built on top of an LLM. We launched before ChatGPT. And there was that magic moment, for the market where people said, wow, here's a hard problem that I have. I don't want to write this long-form piece of content. And here's an application with just a little bit of instruction. I can get a great blog post or a white paper or an article. And that really changed and kind of opened up people's opinions and introduced them to LLMs. Over the last couple of years, since that time, we've obviously seen a broad adoption and just kind of capturing everyone's imagination with generative AI, whether it be from ChatGPT or the great products from Anthropic. And we've learned a lot from customers as well about what they want. So, for us as a kind of an applied AI application company, the way to think about defensibility is really workflows and integration. And we talk a lot internally to our teams that data is the fuel of what we do, and the context of our customer is the actual product that we have. So for us, it's understanding the entire marketing playbook, their brand voice, their brand tone, their personas, their ICPs, their audiences, really understanding that really well, understanding their style guide, and then applying that appropriately in workflows that they're doing. So I'll walk you through a couple of quick workflows that I think are not really discussed out in the market from a couple of our larger customers. One is iHeartRadio. So a lot of you know they run a lot of radio stations locally throughout the US, a great customer, a great partner of ours. And historically, the business model is to sell ads. And the people who are running the ads are local businesses. They're small SMBs. So what Jasper basically did was figure out how to work with them to accelerate that. So if you are a BDR, right, inside of our iHeartRadio, Jasper connects to Salesforce. It analyzes all the leads. And historically, what a BDR would do is they would reach out via email or a cold call, let's say a local plumbing business, and say, hey, would you like to advertise on the radio? A lot of these local businesses would love to. It makes a lot of sense for them. The problem is they don't have the marketing budget or the team or even the wherewithal to know how to build that ad. Well, with Jasper, it totally flips the equation for iHeartRadio and their customers. Now when that BDR reaches out, there's already a script for that business, for their ad, in the pitch. Mm-hmm. And that business just needs to say, hey, this sounds great, let's run that ad.
Love it. Awesome. Julia, a bridge. When you think about your moats of defensibility, what are some of them in healthcare?
Yeah, for sure. I think when it comes to the way that we differentiate in the market, a large part of it is the fact that we go deep on science. Mm-hmm. I think there are many competitors. The floor is higher than ever before, where anybody can throw together a quick prototype and say, hey, look, I built a thing that on the surface level looks like it fulfills some sort of use case, but without true scientific DNA, without actually having AI talent on the team, how do you actually know that the thing actually works? How can you properly evaluate whether a note was actually accurate enough, or the fact that we have patients speaking multiple different languages? Like, how can you actually understand that the fidelity of a different language is actually represented? And so that's where we differentiate, in our ability to rigorously evaluate the quality of a note that's being generated and other artifacts as well. Now, beyond that, I think something else that's been incredibly important for healthcare in particular, and I imagine for EvenUp as well, in these spaces where accuracy is really, really important, what we've actually been able to do is retro-engineer transparency into large language models that don't inherently have them. And so for what we create, a draft of a clinical note that a doctor would write, you can highlight any phrase, word, sentence, and what we'll actually do is show you the evidence for where that came from. And that's really important in healthcare, where, for example, a doctor at Brown recently told us that he thought that there had been a hallucination in what a bridge had generated in the note. And that can be really bad in a medical context. But when he actually highlighted the sentence, he saw in the transcript that he actually just misremembered something. And that is incredibly important.
Yeah, and building trust in AI right now matters more than anything. Maybe a sentence or two, Julia, on integrations, Epic, and systems that are in your ecosystem and how important those can be for defensibility?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's this list of modes of defensibility for AI businesses is huge. But let's not forget that I think there are traditional modes of defensibility, among which are distribution and partnerships and the ability to establish a trustworthy brand at the end of the day. And what we've done from the very beginning is think deeply, as Timothy pointed out, workflows and integrations are incredibly important. And in our space, where we're working with the top hospital systems around the country, we need to be able to integrate our solutions into their existing infrastructure and technology. And so what we've been able to do is partner with Epic, one of the largest EMR providers in the US, to be able to natively integrate our technologies into existing clinician workflows. And that really helps with adoption and engagement and distribution overall.
Awesome. Kate or Rami, you all want to pile on or move to the next?
Just to double down on what you said about the importance of trust in partnerships and distribution. We heard from Intuit the other day. How many of you paid your taxes this year? Intuit is using Anthropic to help explain what taxes you actually paid and why. That's so important. It's kind of, it's a lot of money for many people, and it's also just something that you have to get right, and it's something where you have to have that trust. And it's the trust that they had with us, the trust that they had with their cloud provider to make sure that the security was there for all their customers' data. It's the trust that they had with the model to make sure the model wasn't hallucinating all the time. But there's just so many different things when you hear trust, what that actually means. And I think that's really at the essence of a lot of what we're all trying to build.
Yeah, I'll pile on for Anthropic. I would say that the talent bullet at the top of that list, AI talent inside of Anthropic is singular in the industry at that level. But and equally importantly, I would say capital. There are just very few companies out there who are the moat of, hey, can you go raise $6 billion from Google and Amazon? No? Okay, well, then you're not going to compete with me, is a unbelievable moat to have. Rami.
Yeah, so just to give you folks a little bit more context, we draft a letter called a demand letter. And if you're not familiar with these letters, there's a very thorough summary of the case that's in this letter, in addition to a valuation of what that case is worth. In our industry in personal injury, the vast majority of these cases are settled privately, where it's very hard to build intuition around what should an injury be worth. So the moat that we have that builds up over time is the more of these letters that we write, the better we are at drafting the letter, but more importantly, the better we are at saying, for this injury in this jurisdiction, it should be worth this number. That's how we solve, the mission that we're going after to even up the playing field in these injury claims. Yeah. So it's generative AI is the component to ultimately get this really valuable data to build a data moat that matters for our customers.
The data becomes the moat. All right, I'm noticing time. We've only got 12 minutes. There are a bunch more topics, so we're going to go faster. Business model. For those of you in the audience, SaaS world, it's very standard. We just charge per seat. It's very simple. Easy for enterprises to understand, et cetera. In a world of AI and large language models, a lot of these things become allow our customers to become more efficient. So that might mean there are fewer seats. Well, that kind of goes against the grain of how we want to charge. How's that going to work? So I think where innovation's required. I'd love to hear, Rami, maybe a little bit on the innovation on the business model that you all introduced at EvenUp.
Yeah, I'll try to make this quick. But the way when folks think about us, we don't sell software, we sell work. And so if you think about how we're priced, it's based on the legal letters that we write to our customers. Very different paradigm shift from pricing per seat. It's more in line with how we deliver value. If you have 10 of these cases where you need these letters drafted, we would charge you for 10 letters.
Awesome. So think, if you're in the audience, think very hard about the value exchange with your AI-powered solution and your customers, and what's the right pricing lever to use, and rethink if it's currently seat-based, think again on it. It could be the right answer, but it may not be. All right, power of multimodal. Obviously large language models, it's right there in the name, language. It started off very much text-driven, and now we're seeing all these amazing innovations with audio, with visual, video, et cetera. So maybe in allowing you to change fundamentally the solution that you can offer to your customers. So I'd love to hear from a couple of you on how multimodal capabilities have been important to your business. a bridge, it's pretty core, right? I mean, you can't actually do it without voice and text. Maybe a little bit on that.
Sure. I think the fundamental artifact is the conversation that happens between a doctor and a patient. And so what we do is we ingest that audio, we transcribe it with our in-house speech recognition models, and then we run additional models on top of that in order to generate the clinical note. And so it's core to what we do, without a doubt.
And Jasper, Timothy, you all made an acquisition in the space because you wanted to solve more of the marketer's problems, not just the output of the text, but also images. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we made a sizable acquisition earlier this year in a company called ClipDrop, which does a lot of image manipulation, editing, generation. And that was really driven by our customers. So as we continue to move into larger and larger enterprises, they wanted that multimodal capability. For example, we work with a big shoe manufacturer. Probably 20–30% of people in here are wearing their products today. And they wanted to bring personalization to their product pages in not only the product description, but also in the product images. So, let's say recently they released a new trail running shoe. When you come to the site, they want the photo of that athlete running the trail to be a trail that is close to your house. And we were able to do that by building a catalog of trails all across the US and then being able to generate a series of models running on those trails and provide that. So that's kind of the personalization and scale where in the past that was a dream of theirs, but it was impossible.
Yep.
But now with AI and Jasper, they can
do both. They can create the blog post content and get the images they need for it as one tactical example. That's awesome. Another topic that came up as the panelists were discussing yesterday and getting ready was something that's very different from this last paradigm shift. We were talking about similarities and differences, let's say, from the cloud era to this AI era. When we move from on-premise software to SaaS, there was no change, by and large, for the end user. Right? The end user of the application didn't care very much whether the compute, network, and storage powering that application was in a data center that was owned by their enterprise or was out in a public cloud. That is wildly different than the solutions the AI-powered solutions that we are enabling in this AI era, where the user experience is wildly different. In fact, what they are working on may be wildly different. And so change management becomes way, way, way more important in this era than it was in the cloud era. By the way, if you go all the way back when we were building software, the first in the mid-90s, early 90s, change management was really important back then. For those of you in the audience who were working then, you'll remember that Accenture made $3 for every dollar that SAP sold in software because there was so much to do around change management. And that, I think, is going to be a really important part of what we're seeing in the AI world. I'd love to hear, in terms, how you all are thinking about change management and services and how you bring your customers along in this journey that is both a little scary for them. It's going to have lots of change for them. Like, I'd love to hear how you all are thinking about it. So, I don't know, maybe I'll start with Julia with a bridge. Doctor adoption, has it been surprising? Has it been great? Have they been terrified? How do other people around them, nurses maybe, get involved?
Yeah, great question. I think change management is traditionally something that's very difficult in healthcare. And I think one of the great benefits that we have with the product that we have today is that I think at its core, what we are selling is not just a documentation tool. We're giving people the joy of medicine back. We're actually helping people get home earlier and actually spend time on other pursuits, spending time like being able to have dinner with their kids again instead of charting after hours. And so I think from like a fundamental, just emotional response, people want this. They're desperate for it. They actively want some help. And so that's definitely going in our favor. Of course, there are skeptics as well, and people who say, like, there's no way, like, I've already got a system that works for me, like, and doctors are so busy that it can be challenging for them to actually take the time to learn something new, even if it's really simple to do. And so what we've done as a business is we've invested in a couple different programs. So one is that we have a very comprehensive set of materials that we equip our partners with to better understand how to onboard users, how to really approach and train them on how to use AI and how to look for, how to trust it fundamentally. Beyond that, we also work really closely on what we call a clinical champions program. And so at every system that we deploy at, we actively work to identify who are the set of early adopters within that system who are excited about new technology, who are willing to try new features and understand how it works in their individual context to then bring those best practices to additional clinicians as well.
Awesome. Timothy, you were the one who raised this great insight yesterday, and we're talking about the importance of partners. Can you share a little bit about Jasper's experience here?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if I was building an AI application company, my first piece of advice is build a services strategy immediately. Like, do not wait. If you think that customers are adopting AI in the same manner that they adopted SaaS over the last 10 years, you're wrong. It's just completely different. And one of the big differences is with most SaaS software, most of the outcomes and the value were very deterministic. I know that if I do ABC, if I fill out these forms, if I give it this data, if I do these actions, I'm going to consistently get this unit of value from the software. But I think as we all know, working with models and working with AI applications, the outcomes are very probabilistic. And so there are a lot of things that you need to do as a trusted partner, not just as a trusted model or a trusted piece of software, to help companies go through that transformation, to identify what are the KPIs, what are the business processes, what are the workflows that they can transform, and then how to help their employees begin to adopt this. When you actually go out to large enterprises and you watch them use AI applications, the average employee will look at you and say, it's a blank box. I don't know what to put in there. Or, you know what, I had this great prompt like a month ago and I got this great report. My boss asked me to do this report again or this piece of content again. I can't remember what that was. And so then you see users managing notepads of prompts and cutting and pasting. And you really need to go in as a trusted partner. It's a huge benefit and differentiator for you against competition to go help the customer understand how to apply it to their business and how to transform their employee experience with this. And you know, the other data point I would say finally is look at the GSIs. Go read their earnings reports of Accenture, of Bain, of BCG. Some of them are doing billions of dollars of revenue already in generative AI, and many of them are saying next year, 2025, 50% of our global revenue will be Gen AI based. So if you can't build a services team, start building relationships with GSIs because they will accelerate your business and make you much more competitive.
Awesome. Well, we've got 1 minute to wrap. Hopefully there are things that you all heard from these great practitioners in this transformative time that you can apply to your own work and business. These takeaways, I hope, are clear from what we talked about. Focus on these high impact, high ROI solutions where there's a very clear why now, and the why now is I'm now leveraging these new capabilities from AI that couldn't have solved this problem before. What each of these companies provide to their customers today was not possible 5 years ago, fundamentally. And so if your business isn't like that, think about how you can make it like that. Defensibility and moats, so critical. If you don't have it, it will be a bloodbath. You will be in a race to commoditization and pricing going to zero. It will be ugly. So I strongly encourage you to think about in your businesses how you will put those in place. Leaky buckets in SaaS are pretty painful. They are really painful in AI too. There's no difference. That leaky bucket problem, focus on user delight. Do they love what you're doing? We see a lot of consumer apps on the AI side that have a lot of challenge with churn. Same is true for B2B. And so you just want to make sure that your B2B retention dynamics, just like in SaaS, are as strong as ever. And user centricity. At the end of the day, you got to help the world learn how to adopt this breakthrough, game-changing technology. We're all so lucky that we get to be doing what we're doing at this time. Have a gratitude for that. Go out there and change the world. Thanks to our panelists. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
It was my interview week, and I boarded the plane, and the woman next to me was on GitHub writing code. It was this light bulb moment. This thing was real.
GitHub is the world's software development platform.
We have 100 million now. Pretty privileged thing to be able to say.
We run GitHub on GitHub. We are customer zero. Can we take it to every developer in the world?
We introduced GitHub Copilot. We now have 1.8 million developers using it.
A new generation of contributors and builders.
Yes, congrats on the run, but the work is not over. I'm excited about what's next, the next decade.
Please welcome to the stage Elizabeth Pemerel, CRO at GitHub.
Hello, SaaStr. This is my first time here. I'm thrilled to be here and have had conversations with a few of you. I hope I get to meet more of you. I'm Elizabeth Pemerel. I am the Chief Revenue Officer at GitHub. If GitHub is new to you, you may have just heard in the video, GitHub is where software development happens. We have 100 million users on the platform, 90% of the Fortune 100. It's where developers create and build and secure and scale. It is the home for software developers. And GitHub is also my home. I've been at GitHub nearly a decade. I joined as an individual contributor. I was the first seller focused on our public sector markets in the United States. And since those early days with 200-ish employees to today, we have thousands, to now over $2 billion in revenue, it's been an incredible journey. As CRO, just for context, my responsibilities include all of our customer experience teams, so sales, our technical sales teams, post-sales functions like support, customer success, partners, expert services, and our go-to-market with Microsoft since we were acquired in 2018. And we have been on a journey. We've been on a journey with Copilot. Copilot, it started really just with our interest to help developers be more productive, to be happier, to stay in their flow state longer. And as we went through this journey, we realized there's actually a product here. And so we brought the first iteration, Copilot for individuals, to market. We then brought Copilot for business to market. That was early 2023. Step ahead to today, we have 77,000 organizations using GitHub Copilot and almost 2 million users. In the last fiscal year, our fiscal year ends in June, our AI products were 40% of our revenue growth during the period. Pretty remarkable. So we're talking, I think, pretty real scale here. And we learned a heck of a lot along the way. I'm going to share some of those perspectives with you, and I'm hopeful they may be useful. So in that video, I mentioned being customer zero. This was a very important component of our journey. As I mentioned, we set out first and foremost to build a product we wanted to use internally. Copilot, at its very nature, is code completion. So our developers start typing code, and the Copilot then offers the rest of that coding suggestion based on their prompt. And as I mentioned, first and foremost, our individual developers were using it. They were loving it, and we thought, there's a skew here. This is its own product. We brought that to market, and as we used it more, we realized, we're going to need user administration features, better onboarding capabilities, SSO integration, and the like. And so that wrapper became what is now the SKU we call Copilot for Business. And we continued sort of doggedly poking at this problem of where else can Copilot help developers be more creative and more satisfied. And so we integrated Copilot then across the command line, across our pull request features, across issues and documentation, and that became the basis for Copilot Enterprise. And so what I think we did well here was stay very, very focused on the problems we were trying to solve. And that discipline is incredibly important as we think about scaling AI tools, because A, of the number of use cases you could go tackle, and B, the ubiquity of AI now solving all the problems. We stayed really focused on the problems we wanted to solve, and we didn't get distracted. And that distraction is also ubiquitous, right? We have new products coming to market. We have new companies being born and funded. We have new models being deployed constantly. We've stayed focused on what we want to solve. And so, yay, good, great, good job, us. We get this product out in the market. But with developer tools in particular, you ship something to the world, and you immediately hear about all the things you didn't get right. There are so many software development languages and IDEs and technology stacks and flows that the feedback came pouring in, right? And with the volume of feedback and how dynamic this space is, AI in general, we knew we needed a much stronger feedback listening mechanism in place between our customers, between our revenue team, between product and engineering. And that listening mechanism is somewhere we had to invest a lot really quickly to make sure we could capitalize on the opportunity in front of us. And so we set out to re-architect this whole thing. We focused on 3 major components of our listening system. The first was making sure the process was as seamless and friction-free as possible. We then wanted the door to be as wide as possible to get that feedback. And then we've had to challenge ourselves to be very disciplined with that feedback in prioritization and communication. And so to touch on the first, the process component, historically, the burden of customer feedback fell on our solutions engineers and our customer success architects, bless them. We would send them this incredibly long issue template and say, we're going to need a brief 47 fields here on what the customer told you. And sure, the feedback we got was great, but I think we were capturing about 30% of it, right? Because it was those dear-hearted teammates who took the time to do it. We blew that apart, and we created a simple chat/command, /customer feedback. Now it is seamless and in their natural flow to add feedback right where they're working day in, day out, which lands in GitHub issues. It's then triaged into a central project board. And now weekly, we can tag it, we can aggregate it, we can add value to it, and we can make decisions based on what we're hearing. So we started slow. We got this right with those dear SEs and CSAs who were on the journey with us. And then we started to look at that front door, like I mentioned. Where else do we have feedback opportunities across the business? Our support team, naturally, they are on the front lines with our customers every day and had lists upon lists of things that they wanted to see product prioritize. We started to incorporate that into the process. We then looked at our customer advisory board feedback, our executive briefings, et cetera. Couple of benefits of our investment here. A, getting decisions made and those decisions communicated back to our customers. B, we now are seeing the percentage of those issues that we work and resolve quarter over quarter steadily ticking up. So we know it's working. And C, for the leaders in the crowd, our semester planning process, which are these sprints where we decide what we're going to work on, used to be this weeks-long thing of passing documents around, lots of really strongly held opinions, loosely backed by data. Now we pull up our project list, and at our last offsite, it took about 2 hours to go through the list and say, what are we doing, what are we not doing, and why? And so that provides tremendous velocity and also gives us a lot of time back to focus on more important things. And so when we think about this in action for Copilot for Business, an interesting scenario arose where we put this into practice. When we took Copilot for Business to market, we knew, of course, this was going to be valuable for GitHub Enterprise users, so folks who actually have their code stored on GitHub. And from a go-to-market perspective, it was pretty straightforward. This is a cross-sell. We're going to take this SKU to our existing customers. We have commercials with them already. Off we go. And so we're out running in the market, talking to customers. And what surprised us a bit was the demand from prospects. We said, we want Copilot. We said, well, you're not using GitHub. And they said, but we still want Copilot? We're like, oh, OK, tell us more. And so we started to aggregate that feedback and thought, this could be an interesting new direction. And so through that feedback process, we're able to take in different TAM analysis and customer segments and the like, and we made the decision to move forward and prioritize a new direction for the product. And for me, this process also created a bit of a mental model on how we're thinking about AI products that may be applicable in other cases. First and foremost, as we tinkered with what became Copilot, we had to make a decision. Is this code completion functionality a capability that's part of our native platform feature? OK. Is it something now that we want to independently SKU or make part of the platform SKU that already exists? OK. We want to natively, we want to take that as its own SKU. And now that it's its own SKU, is it a SKU designed just for users of our core product or platform? Or is this a SKU that's going to open up new and adjacent markets? Okay, that's the decision we made. And then how do we price all of that so that the pricing of the SKUs you end up with at the bottom of that decision tree makes sense relative to your base product pricing? So as I said, the solution was we ended up shipping Copilot for Business for non-GitHub Enterprise users. It's been remarkably successful commercially. It's also opened up relationships to net new customers for us that we certainly hope we can move to the GitHub platform over time. Another place we saw this in practice, this feedback loop working very well, was related to adoption metrics. Customers crave metrics about how their teams are using all AI products, GitHub Copilot included. And once we shipped our first version of our API, again, flooding feedback that we didn't include quite the right things, they needed a little more here, wanted us to add this and that, we had to have a feedback loop in place in order to prioritize that and make sure we were going to ship the next best things. The value here was also in us deciding what we weren't going to ship. And that's where we've really leaned into partners to fill the gaps in some of our product capabilities and sort of make room for them in this Copilot ecosystem through things like Copilot extensions. So we've learned a lot from our customers as we've gone on this Copilot World Tour. What was interesting to me as well was how much teaching we had to do. And think like 18, 20 months ago, our customers were on the very, very early days of their AI journeys. And so they wanted to know about privacy and security and legal. And we spent a lot of time educating them, getting back to basics, clearing up misperceptions, pushing back on misunderstandings. And I would say a learning for me was that this was the most uncomfortable I think I have been consistently in sales cycles, because we had to really lean back on customers and change their thinking about what it meant to adopt an AI product. So don't underestimate the time that's going to require and the discomfort it's going to cause. But I'd say we came out stronger on the back end of that because we've only solidified our trusted relationship status with these customers. OK, so now you have a good, strong product in market. You're listening to your customers. You're customer zero. Not only did we have to learn and listen and adjust on the product front, we had to do this on the go-to-market front as well. And part of this was because there was absolutely no playbook we could pull off the shelf 18 months ago and say, this is absolutely the best way to take an AI product to market. Didn't exist. There was not sales leaders or sales teams who had done this before. So we built the playbook as we go. An assumption we had, for example, out the gate was that junior developers are going to love Copilot. Companies are going to want it to give it to all of their early in profession talent. It will make them more productive more quickly. Lo and behold, we start talking to customers. We realized actually there was far more excitement about the productivity it was giving back to senior developers who were able to craft more sophisticated prompting and focus on even tougher problems for the company when they weren't caught up in rote administrative tasks. So we kind of had to go back to our PMM playbook and pull it apart a little bit and start over with what we thought was going to be that initial value proposition. We were able to do this well because a core ethos in our company is being iterative and being a little bit uncomfortable. We have 2 core company principles of 7, ship to learn and embrace a growth mindset. And these aren't just things we talk about in all hands and put on slides. We actually have emojis in chat. And when we see this behavior, we celebrate it. We talk about this actively in our reflection conversations when we're considering performance and impact. The other concept that we've really embraced in revenue is hiring for low ego and high EQ. And I've heard this concept a couple of times today from other speakers. We want to look for people who have been through something, who have stuck with it when the quarter or the year has been lean. They've gone through a messy acquisition. They came out the other side. They have a story to tell. And as a result of this, we have a team who really leans into change and is excited to embrace the things that are kind of messy. The other way we embody this is that we run 6-month compensation plans for those unvariable plans. So 6-month plans. Every 6 months, you get a new exhibit. So we're in constant planning mode. This takes a lot of work from the sales leadership and our finance team. But a couple of things. It means we can really quickly react to what's happening in the market, and we can make adjustments as we go. And we can tinker. We can try things for 6 months and see what works. Now, 6-month comp plans, a lot of reps are going to say, I don't want you to change my plan after 6 months. Sure, there are times when the plan benefits the company, More often than not, though, we've found that the 6-month planning process benefits our hubbers. Because we have something unexpected happen in the product, we decide to make a change to segmentation or alignment, or we have macroeconomic situation that we didn't expect. And so it sends a pretty strong signal to candidates who are interested to join us when we let them know about this 6-month plan. In terms of other pivots or learnings in the go-to-market journey, we've had to adjust to new sales stages and to new buyer personas. So I mentioned before the proliferation of conversations related to legal and privacy and models. That took much longer in all of these sales stages than we had ever experienced before. So we had to take a new approach, right? Our solutions engineers, our CSAs, our selling teams, our support teams were answering so many questions that they could not keep up with the demand. And so our legal team, to their credit, took the matter into their own hands and went on a roadshow globally. They hosted roundtables in major cities around the world where they invited the GCs of our customers and said, let's have a frank conversation about AI, what it is, what it isn't, what you shouldn't be concerned about, and what you probably do need to be concerned about and thinking about. They paved the road out ahead of us and became really an extension of our sales organization. Now, this was great, 2 years ago, but of course didn't scale. So we had to translate those materials to self-serve, and we did that via this Copilot Trust Center. We put all of that material in a place that can be accessed by anyone in the company who might need it, whether it's a one-pager or simple videos explaining how the product works. In addition to these new kind of major steps in our sales cycle, we're seeing now as our customers get more up to speed with AI and more comfortable, there's some new buyer personas emerging. We've had some customers name AI transformation officers or chief AI officers. That will be one of our buyer personas in the years to come. And I think it will be very interesting for us to think about how that role intersects with whatever our kind of core traditional buyer persona was, where the roles, responsibilities, and budget lie, and what's important. So that's something I'm definitely keeping an eye on. Important in all of these sales conversations is relentlessly quantifying value. I've never seen from customers such a voracious appetite to measure ROI from a product, right? They want to know from day one what's happening in the product and what benefits they're getting from it. And this is hard to do well, right? You need the data emitting from your product. You need the context from your customer to understand what they really care about, which of course is different for every single customer. And then you need to package that into a narrative that makes sense. And so a learning for us in this process was A, making sure we were getting that right data emission, and then B, making sure we were investing in things like value engineering, external references, case studies, internal metrics from our use cases or from Microsoft's use cases. So don't underestimate the investment you need to make here in order to be really compelling to your customers. One more learning. When we first were bringing Copilot to business to our enterprise customers, there was also voracious appetite for pilots. Everybody wants to tinker. They want to try it for their use case, for their team, for 10 developers. That's very exciting. It is enormously taxing on your organization, especially when you're small. We very quickly had far more demand than we could handle. And especially from companies the size of Accenture, they can eat you alive with a POC. It could take a year. And so we had to get pretty opinionated about what we felt was a POC worth supporting and how we were going to measure the impact. And so with Accenture, they started with 20 developers internally, and they said, this is pretty good. Like, we want to do something a little more formal. They set up a trial with 450 developers using Copilot actively for a period of time and tested that against a control group of another 200 developers. And at the end, not only, yay, did they buy Copilot and roll it out to thousands of people, but they produced this study, which was also very great, a nice selling tool to have on hand. But the bigger lesson there is we had to get pretty disciplined about saying no or pushing customers to a packaged sort of POV perspective. The same is true post-sale for adoption. Customers say, well, we'll let the developers use it who want to. We're like, no, let's get everybody going here. So we had to be really prescriptive about that adoption journey. And our CS team did a fantastic job creating the Copilot adoption framework and open sourcing it so every customer has access to it. OK, so now we have our product in market. We're getting feedback. We're learning. We're iterating on our go-to-market strategy. If you're lucky, this massive business you're building is now showing signs of strain in certain areas because of the incredible growth. And that certainly happened to us. The next horizon is scaling. The single greatest asset you have are the hours of the experts on your teams, solutions engineering, sales, support, CS. We had to figure out how to make our sellers as productive as possible in a time when they couldn't possibly keep up with the demand. That meant putting as much as possible into self-service channels. It meant enabling a partner network to help us, recording things, and then driving to one-to-many. So what used to be a bespoke, let's have a call and do a demo situation, quickly turned to, you are welcome to join the call with the rest of Belgium next Friday at noon. And we were unapologetic about that because we simply couldn't keep up with the demand. The other thing we had to think about pretty fast were some of the infrastructure elements that needed a little investment on our side. In times of massive scale, it's a really good opportunity to get more opinionated about your pipeline, because you got a lot of it coming in. Now's the time to get the baseline in place of how you're going to measure it, how you attribute it, what levers you have to pull around it, because when times settle, and now you're in run rate, or maybe even lean months, you're going to want to know a lot more about where that pipeline came from so you can go recreate that moment. Second major thing we invested in the most recent year were digital moments. And actually, it relates a lot to the presentation Tim, the Apollo CEO, gave. We need our customers to be able to do everything themselves on demand without human intervention. You can brute force these things in the beginning, right? Sure, the SDRs can complete that. Sure, sales operations can just create a few quick Salesforce cases. It doesn't work at scale, and we started to collapse a little bit under that process and administrative technical debt that we've created over the years. Finally, we're really investing right now in all things related to our seller productivity. So every little paper cut we possibly can, we're trying to reduce. Every click, every step that's extra or unnecessary, we're trying to eradicate it. And we are on a campaign this year to make our sellers massively more productive by reducing that paper cut. Now, when I talked about being overwhelmed by the scale, this was true also with internal processes and experiences like support. And so we turned to Copilot to help us actually with our support case queue. We experimented here a little bit and actually ended up implementing Copilot as the front line now across many of our support surfaces. Based on the success that team has realized, we estimate that we're deflecting about 60% of the tickets we would have expected to be created across our support surfaces, which is incredible. That's savings of tons and tons of man hours and hires, which means now our support team can focus on more complex problems, higher order issues. And we also now have this wonderful treasure trove of data to help enable our new support hubbers when they join us. There's a couple other experiments we're running internally. I haven't found any other examples yet that we're saying are winners. We're definitely tinkering in lots of places, but our Copilot for support implementation has been a winner. And then partner strategy. I mentioned this briefly. We arrived at the point where we could no longer support the weight of our own go-to-market. That means both our sales motions and our post-sales adoptions motions. We needed access to new channels in new geos, and then we needed those partners to come behind us and make sure our customers were adopting the product and that their ARR was increasing year over year. And so we've made a lot of investments here in the most recent year. It's something to think about. It's a tremendous investment of time and energy from you and your leaders and your teammates. So you got to kind of wait until you have the capacity to do it right. A couple of things we added in the most recent year that have helped a lot are more enablement sessions. Far more trainings are now available to our partners that we're running both synchronously and asynchronously. We needed to get our partners better access to our product. So now we have a much more robust beta program. Our partners get bespoke roadmap sessions. We just did a partner kickoff this year for the first time. So we did our revenue kickoff, then we did our partner kickoff for the year. And we released a certifications program. And this is really helping our partners self-serve that knowledge they need and make sure that they're ready to talk to customers. So there's been a lot going on. We've been scaling really fast. There's been a lot of noise. We took a step back probably a year ago and said, gosh, how do we help make sure we're driving signal through all of this noise and change? And we doubled down on the fundamentals in a very specific way. We took all of our go-to-market motions and our conversations across the company and organized them through the lens of 3 revenue plays. And if you ask any hubber, not just a revenue hubber, any hubber, our 3 revenue plays, they're going to say land, secure, accelerate. Land, secure, accelerate. Because the revenue plays not only became the basis for our enablement and PMM playbooks, for example, they also became the core of our product roadmap. They became how finance reports on the business. They became how we run our MBRs and our QBRs, how we measure our pipeline. And it was a very simple shift we made to name these plays and to create clarity around them. But I have been very surprised at how the business has reacted to that structure and how much clarity and transparency we've created from end to end in the business. Not rocket science, but a simple shift you can make to help make sure that your teams are all aligned. So we have time for questions. I think there's mics here and here if anyone's interested. But I want to just hit on these 3 points one more time before we break. I think we did a really good job keeping customers at the center of our journey, scaling an AI product to millions of users. And we did a really good job pivoting based on their feedback because we created this very functional feedback loop between customer, revenue, partner, engineering, product, design. We then made sure we were very, very nimble in our go-to-market. We adjusted where we had to. I think buckle up. That's not going to stop anytime soon. And to do that well, we had to make sure we had that ethos in place and we had the right people in seat to make that a reality. And then we've been frantically investing in our scale engines to make sure we're ready to get to the next couple million users of Copilot, we sure hope. And all of this was wrapped in a little bit of luck at being the right products in the right market at the right time. And so I wish you all that same bit of luck on your journeys. Thank you very much. There is a microphone right here, and there's a microphone right here, and I'll just give it a beat in case there are any questions. I don't see any. Thank you again.